Okay. So press the go live button, and hopefully we are going live right now. So everyone, welcome to the stream today. So this is becoming a little bit of a routine, I suppose. We are testing out more games on the MacBook Pro. So this is going to be the base model that we're looking at today. So the base model Apple M4 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm just going to show the system report here. We have 10 CPU cores, 4 performance and 6 efficiency, 16 gigabytes of RAM. If we look at graphics and displays, we can see that we have 10 GPU cores. So we're going to be doing a bunch of games today. And if you're a regular stream subscriber, stream viewer, then you'll notice that I've just changed a few things with the stream layout just to make it a bit more tidy so I have to keep moving stuff around. And so hopefully you can see the entire screen because it's quite annoying having my face covered up, but it does mean that I've had to scale this slightly. So on YouTube, we stream at 1080p. That's all that my internet connection can really handle. And so I've had to apply, when I put this screen smaller, of course, it's going to look a bit jaggedy. So I've applied a bilinear filter to it, so it makes it look slightly blurry, but it's going to look blurry anyway if you are looking at this in 1080p because it's a 1440p image squished into this like 1080p screen, and so it's going to look a bit squished. Let me know in the comments if you think there's anything that I can improve with this situation. So of course the model that I'm looking at is going to be very similar to the model that we looked at on the base. Let me think. Have I covered the 10 CPU core, 10 GPU core base model already? It's all kind of blurring into one, these machines. But anyway, this is going to be base model performance and probably what the majority of people are going to be using. So it's going to be similar to the Mac Mini base model that I covered. Hey JFK, welcome to the stream. Let me know in the chat if the audio is looking okay and how it's going so that we can get working. So, so I've got a bunch of requests. Can you test WoW with a render scale set to 75? These are very specific instructions. 75 graphics at max, water detail set to 1. Those are not optimized for Mac. Okay, thanks in advance. So, as you can see, I've done the layout a little bit different. I've put a subscriber goal, I've got the rules there, and I've got the notes, and I've got the list, and I've got done. So I'm sure that if you're looking at this on the phone, it's going to be completely illegible. But if you blow it up a bit, you'll see there's a list. It's there for me to keep myself honest and help me to kind of understand. I've changed the layout a bit, try and optimize it so that it's a bit easier for me to use. So columns of information, which are going to help me to organize my stuff. So I've got rules about requests, right? So if you have a request for a game, then all you need to do is to send a super chat of at least $5 in value. And you can do that, or you can join as a member for 1 month and make the request after that. And then basically I'll add it to the list and I'll cover it. I promise you I'll cover it eventually. Please try to make it a game that's actually going to work, because a lot of games do not work. So for example here, JFK Productions, have you tested Dragon Age Veilguard? Yes, I did that last week. So if you check out my live stream, you can find it online. Let's inception myself and look in my own content. So if you look at my lives, I covered it here, this one. And it, bad news, it doesn't really work very well. It does run and technically playable, but half the faces don't render correctly. There's something wrong with some of the subsurface scattering, is what someone said it was. So I'm not an expert on graphics. I don't really understand what that meant exactly. Okay, but anyway, we've got a bunch of games to cover today, and we're gonna get cracking, I suppose. So anyway, we are looking at the base model. It's going to be very similar to the base model M series Mac with the 16 gigabytes of RAM. And let's run a few games first. Okay, so I've got a whole load on my list. I want to cover some long overdue games so far. So we've got things like RuneScape, old school RuneScape, right? I want to do some native titles as well. Someone's asked for World of Tanks, right? And then we've got Space Engineers, Hellblade 2, so Space Engineers is a Windows game, Hellblade 2 is a Windows game, City Skylines 2 is a Windows game, Someone's asked for Lies of P, Civilization 6, which I've been having trouble installing, so I might try to cover that later. Let's try and get Civ working. Yeah, let's install this. I'll try not to install too many games while I'm here because it's there's a limited amount of time for me to actually download games, and downloading games affects performance as well. Someone's also requested League of Legends, the base model. Unfortunately, Veilguard won't work on Parallels because it's DirectX 12, so I wonder if there's any lighting fixes that could be applied by Crossover and Codeweavers in the next few months. Who knows? Okay, and then yeah, League of Legends. That's okay. Someone's asked for Death Stranding as well on base model. So I think we're going to start with Death Stranding, so that we can get a nice juicy AAA title up and running. So let's do that first. Can games be played off an external SSD? This is exactly what I'm doing now. I'm loading up a game from a solid state drive. This 4 terabyte SSD is the device to use. So here we go. Okay, so let's do some Death Stranding first. So I'm using my Xbox Series controller. We are paired up via Bluetooth, and we'll do a few minutes of this. So I think the request here for Death Stranding, yeah, they wanted it on the base MacBook Pro with the M4 chip. So let's look at the settings. Okay, let's look at the graphics options. So this is running in 1080p at the moment, which is not ideal. We want this something higher, because I think the base M4 can do better than this. Let's run this at 1440p. Okay. Let's load up a specific game. So I don't want to do the intro. Let's find one of my saves. Checkpoint from February. This is my save from February. Offline mode. Out of curiosity, do you resell the Macs that you're not using anymore? No, I return them. How's this looking? I think the way that I set up the screens is a bit wrong, because it's slightly choppy on my. It's slightly choppy here where it shouldn't be, because here it's extremely smooth through the OBS preview, whereas on my screen recorder it's a bit wrong. So I think I need to just fix this, because it doesn't feel as smooth. Let's just fixie-bias this. M4 base has got 16 gigs. All the base models have got 16 gigabytes of RAM these days, so that's all you need to worry about, really. Okay, so let me just fix this while I'm. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. A mirror for the built-in display. Resolution's too big. Let me see if that's any better. Thank you everyone today for joining this stream. So this is not running through Crossover. This is a native Mac game. Question from Sire. Do you hear the fans of the Mini at all under load? I don't really hear this under load at all. MacBook Pro, physically closer to my ear. What I've done is I've ordered a decibel meter. So what that does is that it tells you what the decibel level of the device is. So what I'm going to do is, why is this launching in offline mode? What I'm going to do is, does that look okay? I'm not sure if it's going to look okay in the stream, because on here, that looks fine. Put on. Do I publish a list of the best performing games on Crossover? No, I don't. I just test them at the moment. I might do a test later on. I'm not sure yet. So just double checking what my footage looks like, because that's of great concern to me.
Always like the quiet.
It feels a bit jumpy, just looking at the footage on my computer. I'm trying to get this, because I need really good capture for this to work. Does buying more cores and parallels equate to better performance? And if so, basically, yes, it does. Performance cores are important. The equation has changed a bit because the M4 Pro has got more cores. But basically, yeah, you need more cores in order to get more performance. Just checking now, we're just replaying this actually. I just want to see what it looks like, because I think that my capture card is not capturing this correctly.
Two wheels up.
Feels like it's not the correct frame rate on the actual system. Okay, let's just quit. Luke Curtis, thank you very much for the super chat. What currency is ZAR 100? ZAR 100. Okay, great. £4.36. What I'll do is I'll add you to the list. So there's a list at the moment. Warframe, Luke Curtis. So luckily I do have this to install. So if you look on the bottom of the screen there, you'll see a list. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do some housekeeping. So clear out my done section, and then I'm going to make a doing section so that I can actually organize my life a bit better, because I'll definitely do Tekken 8 today, and we're going to do Genshin Impact. So just planning what I'm doing so my list doesn't get too long. Okay, these are not in order of priority, by the way, and I'm doing Death Stranding, so those are going to be done for sure. So you kind of see the list and how it's progressing, and I'm just going to fix some issues at the moment that I'm having with my capture setup so that I can get good footage, because that's kind of the whole point of this whole exercise. So right now I'm mirroring my built-in display. Yeah, these MacBooks are very expensive. If you're on the M1 Max, to be fair, you're probably fine. You probably don't need anything else. I'm just changing some settings around so I can get proper display capture, because it's more important for me to get good source capture than it is anything else. So at the moment, what we're doing is I'm trying to capture for you guys as well as on the screen as well. So this has normally worked quite well because I did it on the last MacBook Pro, and this should work quite easily. So I'm gonna, where's my switch? Where's X gone? So normally there's an option here to like select resolution. I'm not sure why this isn't here. Okay, I need to also download Crusader Kings 3 again because I'm having issues with this. So I'm just going to uninstall it and then reinstall it. It's a bit multitasking here. Let's get this working again. So I don't know why I don't have this option to change resolution, because normally there's an option here to just switch resolution really easily. Okay, let me unplug my HDMI. The base M4 can run a lot of games at 4K, so I want to run at 1440p. So, for example, Death Stranding will run fine. I've just demonstrated that it does run great on 1440p at default settings. So, an M4 isn't really able to compete with an RTX 3060. I mean, yes, in terms of battery and temperature, but no in terms of game compatibility, speed, and ease of use. So I'm trying to get this working as like a 16:9 screen. So the big problem with Macs is that by default they're slightly higher than 16:10, and for content creation I really want this at a standardized resolution. And you know, most Macs have a certain resolution which works fine, and then everything else kind of scales down. And for games, they don't really want to be scaled down; they want to just work. At the display resolution. Sometimes it messes things up if you try to mess this around too much. So this is the main display. This is the mirror. I think the problem here is that we have a variable refresh rate, which I don't understand why it's saying here, because normally it says 60 hertz rather than like ProMotion 1440p. So here it's still showing variable, but what I really want is 1440p 60 hertz, right? Because that's what I'm recording at. So I'm guessing that's why I'm having issues. So I've got a selection here of maybe try the high DPI version. What does that actually mean? Can I try deadlock? I mean, I could try deadlock, but my idea at the moment is to do games which are on the list at the moment, and I don't really want to cover anything unless it's on the list. And to get on the list, you need to follow the rules at the bottom. Super chat. Compatible games. Hello, I'm interested in Diablo 4, also MacBook Pro M4. Thank you. Yeah. If you want me to add it, I do have it. I can test it. It's not that difficult for me to run, but if you want me to do it, I've got so much other stuff to do that it'll be really tricky for me to get running. So you can super chat it to me to test it out. Let's run the same place again. Am I getting the same display issues? Try Wreckfest. No, I don't actually own Wreckfest. And if you, that's better. That's a lot better on screen. But however, my MacBook screen is a bit worse for wear. A lot of people ask me about this game, Tiny Glade. I don't own Tiny Glade, but I know that there's a demo, and I know that it doesn't work that well. That's what I've heard. So for all you haters saying that 60, so that this doesn't work, this does work fine, okay? So just going to make sure we're not doing anything intensive in the background before we continue. Maybe I'll actually quit Steam so I can give this a good proper test. 1080 Ti is a beast, but you can pull 400 watts a second. Yeah. So like the MacBook M4 is like the perfect 1440p kind of game. So this is so what are we running? Let's have a look. 1440p, VSync off, maybe 10 VSync on. So what does that do? That'll cap me at 60. Yeah. Okay. And then this is all at default settings. Metal FX is set to quality mode. So we're upscaling up to 1440p, which I think is justified to get up to the 60 FPS frame rate. Because honestly, it looks amazing. Okay, let's make sure my footage is still working, because I don't want to do what I did last time and do a 7-hour stream and have no footage that's usable at the end. Okay, it's good. Okay, let's play a little bit of Death Stranding. I'll just check my footage again. I'll get a bit paranoid about this. There's this kind of issue we need to fix at the beginning. Good, okay, good. We are good. So default settings with the temporal metal FX upscale is a nice setting to use, I think. Okay, I always forget what I'm supposed to do in this game. I'm carrying packages. It does affect stuff like this shimmering light. You're a bit pitiful to say a game is beautiful, even though there are much more beautiful ones. Well, go on, tell me about all the beautiful other games that I should be playing instead. I think objectively, if you were to give this to somebody, I haven't seen like a landscape so well kind of rendered. Like if you've ever been to Iceland, this is like exactly what it looks like. I think I'm supposed to go the other way. Are you up early? Well, this is 9:50. This is 9:50 a.m. UK time. So this is I've already been to the. I woke up, got my kids out of the house to go to school. I've gone to the gym. I've done a run. So about 45 minutes of exercise. Grabbed a Diet Coke, well, Pepsi Max, and then, you know, started. This is my work time. Okay. Keep it up. I forget British people have different time zones. The British invented time zones, okay? Greenwich Mean Time, the line upon which all other time zones are based upon, it's not that far from where I live. There's many PCs, right, with decent Ryzen chips inside them. They're kind of like little Steam machines. They're like little consoles. I'll definitely. The whole point of this video is that I'm doing a video on this exact topic. So This is what I'm doing. I'm just checking that the stuttering in this is caused by the capture, not the... Because the frame time graph is fine, but there's slight stuttering in the capture. I'm not sure why that's causing that. I think I'm just going to have to turn on VSync because my capture is all messed up otherwise. But it means I can't see above the 60 FPS cap, so I might change the settings a bit higher. The point of this is not necessarily to benchmark it like properly, but to just more of like a demonstration to show that it can work. So I can even turn this onto I can even turn this very high and see what happens. So I think if you're using VMs or translation layers like Whisker Crossover are better. Well, it's not a question of really of better because with Death Stranding you can't run this through a translation layer. It's a it's a DirectX 12 game on Windows. Whoa. Okay, so it's warmed up a bit. So this is on very high settings at 1440p. It looks really good, even on the base M4 chip. So we've only got 10 GPU cores at the moment. I know we're running in circles right now, but this is at 50 FPS. And that's 440. I can try so that's 1440p at very high, and then if what's ultra? What's ultra scaling? Let's turn it off. Ultra means overscaling, isn't it? What does FSR? Can someone in chat help me look at what does FSR Ultra do? Because that might give me a clue about what Metal Effects Ultra is doing. Is that downscaling? So rendering a resolution higher than the game, and then downscaling it down. The MacBook Pro can be purchased with a base M4 chip, which is what I'm testing on today. So it's the cheapest MacBook that you can buy. Now, what is good about this MacBook is that it does have 16 gigabytes of RAM, so it's not hobbled like the old machines are. But we are on base level performance, right? So this is Metal FX turned off at the moment, which is interesting. FSR Ultra is rendering at low res and then scaling up. So okay, but what's the percentage scaling? So quality mode is what, 67% render resolution and then scaling up. What's Ultra? Yeah, this is the video that I'm going to make. So if you understand my workflow, I make a bunch of videos like I am now. The difference is that I'm live streaming it this time instead of doing it on my own. I'll put this on default. Don't buy a MacBook for gaming. Okay, that's the key here. I'm not sure why my capture is struggling. If it doesn't show on the frame time, it's not really happening in real life. It's more of a quirk of my capture card. Like I can see a bit of struggling here. I don't know why it's happening. 1440p default. Performance is 50, quality is 77. Oh, sorry, I thought it was 67. Well, the base M4 probably has really good Minecraft performance. Is medium better than default? Yeah, gaming laptops suck at everything. If you wanted like if any of you ever worked in an office job before, right? As a consultant or something, you can't like turn up to a meeting with a giant RGB filled gaming laptop with a huge power brick and then sit down and then take meeting notes and then your fans are wearing up and the battery dies after 20 minutes, you know. It's just not a feasible thing, right? So the question is, right, is it better to have a fat gaming laptop with a giant power brick that gets too hot, that can play all the games at max resolution, or is it better to have a machine that can work and it's good for productivity, and then be able to play some games on it sometime? It's the difference between, you know, being of what kind of priority you have in your life, really, and whether you have other devices, because of course there's no contest that a Windows computer is better for gaming, right? There's no contest at all, right? But the question is, which one do you want to use? There are some newer game laptops that are quiet. I mean, I'd like to see which models are you talking about, which ones are quiet. So we're running this at medium settings. Maybe we'll try and find something a bit more interesting to do. Where's the mace? Get some actual... I mean, I own a Zephyrus G14 with a 4060 RTX. That's my wife's laptop, which I bought for her, right? It's no contest at the MacBook Pro of the equivalent price. I did a whole live stream comparing them, doing some basic benchmarks, just comparing the performance, and there's really no contest. I don't know why my Mac capture is stuttering, because it's not stuttering in real life. I'm watching this through OBS Preview, and it's like, it's doing that. I think what I might do is shut my... I want my laptop screen up. Maybe it's just this game is being funky. I know that it's not stuttering in real life. It's smooth on screen. Okay, maybe there's something wrong with my stream computer then. Let me just shut some stuff down. Have I tested? I've done some emulation testing. If you look at my notes, I'm going to do a whole emulation series. So I'm probably going to do a whole separate live stream just covering emulation. Yeah, it reminds me I should probably just check I've got low power mode turned off. Good. There's something going wrong with my capture. I need to do it again. Boring. Something wrong with the resolution and my capture card. Maybe I'll set this to variable frame rate and then it'll do better. Because really I want this to set to 60 Hertz. So group resolution by frequencies. That doesn't really help me. Maybe I can set this to 120 Hertz. I am downscaling this screen in OBS and I'm applied a filter. Oh, okay, that's a good point. This is a new streaming setup, so I'm just trying to figure it out. But the source is also downscaling too, so maybe it's my CPU. Maybe I won't apply a filter then. Let me just select my Elgato. Because what I've done, maybe that's what's killing it, scale filter. I'll disable the scale filtering, which makes it a bit more ugly for the stream. Makes it harder to read some of the text. Maybe that'll help. So I've made the window smaller. I'm not sure that works, but I applied a filter as well. Maybe that was... I'm going to set this to 120 Hertz. So this should maybe work better. Not sure yet. Hello, M. Hussein. Welcome to the stream. Thanks, Dusty Fly Guy. Hopefully this will... See, it shows as a 120 Hertz display now. Make sure the capture card is matched. Should I be matching output FPS or should I be matching... I just chose highest frame rate. Let me see if this makes a difference. Let's go back to where I was. I don't know what's launching in offline mode. Oh, that's way better now. No weird stuttering. It's only when I go through this, it gives a little frame timing goes a bit weird. Oh, okay, this is much better. Set it to 120 Hertz, and I think that's working a lot better now. Thank you. I'm not sure if it's the yeah. Oh yeah, I'm using an Elgato 4K60 Mark II. They do have a new one now. Okay, let's confirm the settings. This is for my clapboard. This is when I'm starting this, my actual recording. Okay. Okay, graphics. Okay, very high 1440p. It uses ultra. I don't know what ultra means. Like, it's not ultra performance because it looks great because it feels like it's high res. I know it's 1440p squished into a 1080p screen, but it's not. I'm just gonna call it. I'll look it up later. Can anyone look up like Death Stranding Ultra Metal FX? What does that mean? Because on the PC side, there's ultra. You use the word ultra performance, right? And that is like an extreme upscale. But what is ultra exactly? Is it labeled incorrectly? Greenie214. Apple always got to name its shit differently. It's very irritating. Okay, the capture's much better now. It's streaming properly. But chat, you might find it hard to read the frame rate counter. Yeah, so I'm just trying to test out this graphic setting here. So it's very high with the temporal upscale. See, it comes at the end of quality. So it's performance, then balance, then quality, then ultra. So I can't go right anymore. So it's implying that it's definitely called upscaling. It's not called downscaling or super scaling or whatever. So I'm just going to stick to one setting because I think that it's a good demonstration of frame rate that I can actually hit 40 to 50 FPS at 1440p, and then I'll test out a slightly lower one. So Metal FX is meant to be based on FSR, so it adopts the well, they all have the same naming convention, right? We've got ultra performance, balance, quality, and then if you have anything higher, I don't think that there's the downscaling, downsampling has the same naming conventions, right? So okay, so we're able to get like very high is able to get 35 FPS. So I'm gonna go in and switch this to the next. So I do find, I know that it's easy to tweak settings, but I do find the naming convention, the presets are very handy shortcuts, because then you can say, oh yeah, I run this at default settings on multiple devices, and I can compare them directly rather than tweaking one or two settings at a time. This is basically the gameplay loop of Death Stranding. I mean, I know that this is a kind of very lazy kind of benchmark. So I'm getting 50 here. Let me just go back to where I was. I'm going to just check if I can get back, because it was like about 35 earlier. I was going in through a loop around these rocks. At first glance, I don't see much difference. I'm not really sure what makes this game run at, say, 45 versus 55. It just depends on what I'm looking at, I guess. It's a wonderful game, though. As long as you use any upscaling tech, you don't know the true... I mean, the fact is, I'm not really interested in the true capabilities. The true capability of the hardware is... What I do is like more like delivery of what the end product is, right? I mean, if all you care is the true capabilities, you just run some synthetic Geekbench. That's all you need, right? You don't need anything else. Would you get an Apple Vision Pro? I actually recorded a whole video about the Apple Vision Pro, and then I realized it's quite boring and I didn't edit it. I did get one and returned it, so I would like to have one. So so we've got two settings I've tried. I tried very high, I've got a default and medium's lower, right? Medium, I mean, I'm struggling to see an actual difference, but we're getting a much better frame rate. So I've got Space Marine 2 working. I actually have a tutorial on getting it working. In the end, I'm unable to continue campaign after the intro with the tutorials, leaving me. Are you using Crossover 20, the latest version of Crossover? I actually tested mine using Crossover Preview. So Crossover Preview is the nightly version kind of Crossover, which is available to active licenses. The frame rate counter is called the Metal HUD. If you type in Metal HUD into Google and my name, Andrew Tai, so Metal HUD, you'll just find a tutorial on how to enable it. It's quite straightforward.
Always like the quiet.
Will you be doing FN Mac Assistant? If somebody super chats me, I'll do it today because I quite like to do. I've got notes. If you look at my screen, I know it's like teeny tiny writing, but FN Mac Assistant is there as an option. So if you want me to cover FN Mac Assistant, I can do that. I think medium settings looks wonderful on this. I mean, you can run this game on an iPhone, but hitting 60 plus FPS on our medium settings at 1440p, I mean, what else do you want in life? No, seriously, what else do you want? Like, this game is such a wonderful walk around what's basically Iceland. I know it's meant to be America, but this is not America, okay? This is Iceland. I do not remember all my videos. I frequently have to use my tutorials again in order to, like when I tested Minecraft a few days ago, I had to refer to my my old video to see what was on. Okay, Death Stranding works fine. Tested it on 3 settings. Happy it works. Good, good, good. Tested it on very high, medium, and default, and they all work great. So, mental note: I need to set 120 Hz on my capture card. My capture card can do 4K 60. Hello, Christopher Anderson. I'll make a last desperate attempt for Crusader Kings 3. Okay, great. Crusader Kings 3 coming up. Let's add it to the list. Thank you very much for super chatting that, and also Victoria 3, Kings 3, Christopher, and Son. Okay, so if you look on the bottom right, I've just added it to the list. Okay. Oh, look at that! I did make sure to download it again. Why is this being saved, by the way? Yeah, I want it to move. I want it this time. I want it to move to my local drive instead. I looked at the analytics of my video, and people kind of skipped over the Victoria 3 bit. I don't think they care about Grand Strategy games, but I think it's important to have like a variety. People only in these benchmark videos, people only watch about 23-25% anyway, so they just skip through and see what game they want, and they just want the one clickbaity type game. Grant Christopher's wish before the krona loses more value against USD. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll do this today. I'm going to try to reinstall it completely on local drive and see if that helps the situation, okay? So, okay, while waiting for that, let's do Genshin Impact. So I'm really struggling with the Hoyoverse games these days, like really struggling. I don't understand why I can't get them to work through crossover, but what I'll do is I'll run it through Parallels while I'm waiting for this bad boy to download. Yeah, there's no binary for. I had a really good tip, by the way, from a viewer. Let me just dig it up. So somebody told me about parallels tip, which I didn't realize before. There's an excellent tip from a user called A. Wellesley saying that we can set the resolution in Windows in Parallels by installing the Parallels toolbox, and then within View, there's a Pro option here to set resolution. So currently it's set at 4040p because if you don't do this, then the desktop resolution can be arbitrary based on what the window is, and sometimes you set it full screen, it doesn't take the Mac version of macOS host resolution correctly. So yeah, let's do a bit of Genshin. So going through the previous testing and Apple docs, the upscaling tier should track the same as FSR. TS just seems to take out the performance in the ultra performance tier. That doesn't make any sense because the ultra has less frame rates than performance, so it can't be. And it's also on the most right-hand side of the graphics tier, so I'm not sure that makes sense. So would Space Marine 2 only work better on Crossover Preview and not the most recent Crossover 24.05? Red Arrow 22, I don't know the answer to this. What Mac are you using? First of all, I tested it on live stream. I'm pretty sure it'd work. I'm pretty sure it will just work. If you watch my live stream, I use Crossover Preview. It's worth testing. Firstly, it's worth testing Crossover Preview, just to say. So one thing that's coming up with the Parallels virtual machine, it says activate Windows in the bottom right. So I just want to get rid of that by restarting. Yeah. Kojima thinks differently. I don't think Kojima had much input into whether Ultra is the Metal FX upscaling nomenclature. I don't think they had any opinion on that at all. Yeah. Sometimes Okay, so I'm going to be working through the list, right? There's a lot on the list. Genshin Impact, RuneScape. I'm going to cover more games as well. So there's a whole thing about games on. The last device of 6 devices is the iMac 8 GPU core, 8 CPU core, the lowest end M4 chip that exists. So using a Mac Studio with M2 Max with 32 gigabytes of RAM, it should work. I tested Space Marine 2. I mean, it's going to be different now because that was a couple of months ago. Red Arrow, give Crossover Preview a try. It's superior to Crossover 24.0.5. So definitely give it a go, yeah. Tekken 8 is going to be covered today. So if you look at the list on the bottom, I'm going to cover Tekken 8. It's there. It's definitely going to happen today, given enough time. So I have to leave in the afternoon about 3. So I've got like 4 or 5 hours to test everything. Let me just pause this. I had some. More likes, please. More subscriptions, more super chats, more everything, please. I don't think Tim Apple would like. I don't think Apple actually likes seeing their games hacked into the system to work when they shouldn't work. Like, if I turned up at the Apple office and like, yeah, let's play some Space Marine 2, and I'm not sure that they would actually appreciate that, because it's like, well, you're running a Windows game in a non sanctioned way. How do I get the frame rate to show? Can I get the frame rate to show? Oh yeah, I can use Command G, right? Oh, here we are. Okay, so we're capped at 30. Yeah, give crossover preview a go. Glad I could help. Okay, let's turn the sound back on. I hope I don't get copyright striked for loading the menu music. I'll be doing like a sound test at some point because people keep asking about this. Okay, so I want to scale this correctly at the right resolution because I can't get full screen on here because it's still showing full screen at that. And is that 4K or is that 1440p? It's a bit stuttery. Yeah, I've been having real trouble with YAAGL, which is why I'm running it through here. And it is very badly stuttery here. So I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it working properly. It takes I think, is this running at 5K? Like it says here that we're running at that's higher than 5K. That's like normal 5K is 3840 by 2160p. So this one is a lot higher than that. But the only other option is to run in windowed mode, which I don't really want to do. You have internal resolution options. Oh, here we are. Oh, okay. Well, if I run that and I run at 0.6. Well, if I run this at medium. That's true. I would like to get YGL working. I'll give it another shot after this. But probably not going to use this in a video because it's not very indicative of like real performance. This is not good, right? Whatever this is not good. Okay. It's like a last ditch effort, I think. Yeah. It'd be way better to run this through YAGL, but the resolution is 28660. Believe what they say. When someone tells you what they are, believe it. I'm trying to get full screen. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, let's drop the let's drop this. Oh, I don't need this aggravation in our lives. So the other method of running this is through YGL. I wonder if it's been updated at all. Let's see if YA GitHub last week. I'm pretty sure I used this version already. I'm pretty sure it's the same one. Let's just see what the because I have this installed already, and then I launch it. Is there any to emulate Switch on the Mac anymore? Yeah, I just use Ryujinx, use the Greem Dev, GREEM Dev version. Might run some Switch emulation here. Could you add Zemu and Xenia to the emulation list? Sure, okay. Yeah, we should do some XMU. Yeah, it doesn't like this. Like I'm trying to run this, right? And it's just being difficult. Like it crashes. It's got DXVK HUD here. Okay, so I'll strike these things from the list. Okay, so let's see what our done list. So I consider Death Stranding done. Genshin Impact, question mark. I'll test it on YGL. So I've done one game so far. I'm downloading Crusader Kings 3, so that I don't want to download too much while I'm actually playing. Like, I don't know what's updating. Why is it updating? It's moving. I should have moved already to my internal drive. Don't want to wait too long for this, to be honest. Might do this a bit later. Yeah, I'll do this a bit later. Let's do some actual testing. Just uninstall this and start again. Why don't you try that game on parallel? What game? Test. Parallels is not as good as performance on Crossover. Yeah. It's not just that it's emulating Crossover, it also doesn't have access to the same types of APIs involved and didn't have things like DirectX 12 support. So you can't run Cyberpunk on it. You know, it's actually a very limited number of games. I was an Android gamer not long ago, having to jump between native and cloud to play Terraria. Yeah. Okay, let's do some RuneScape. So I have requests to do RuneScape and RuneScape. So we'll do. I don't really understand these games. So if somebody knows how to play RuneScape, I'll do old school RuneScape first. And then we'll do new RuneScape. So I'll just update my lists. Then we'll do some Windows gaming at some point. RuneScape. So let me see what we've got. Yeah, I don't know why people are requesting these because they will work regardless. So Xdosis requested this. So doing RuneScape. I'm just, if you look at the bottom left, I'm just reconfiguring my list. What have we got? RuneScape and RuneScape. I'm sure I had a RuneScape 3 request from someone. Lily. Yeah, Lily requested it. So Lily has a lot of contributions on this channel so far on the stream. RuneScape used to work on a browser. It still works on a browser. Doesn't like carve resolution. What's a stream delay? Why is this being so difficult? I think it works fine on my M1 Mac. RetroArch. How do I change resolution? This didn't happen to me when I've done this before. So, frame rate, because I've run this on the Mac before. Brightness, camera zoom. This didn't happen to the white. Double click the white bar. Turn off classic layout. Ah, that like limit. Okay, I got it now. Thank you very much. That fixed it, I think. I need to do full screen. Ah, that's better. Thank you very much. Ah. RuneScape. I kind of missed out on this whatever this was, right? This RuneScape game. Like in terms of like what RuneScape is, it doesn't mean a lot to me. It's mostly nostalgia, right? This is peak. This is peak. This is hardcore gaming, right? This is buying a Mac to play old school RuneScape with the shitty 1997 graphics. So this is, 150 FPS at 1440p. This is impressive. You don't need a... Can your M4 Max do this? Looks like it's like vomiting into the pool of water. We're fishing, right? So I believe this is using Java and OpenGL. I think this is called Tutorial Island, right? Am I right in thinking? $200 FPS. I mean, would you rather have 200 FPS in this game or 200 FPS in Death Stranding? That's the question, really. I think in this tutorial I'm supposed to like do a load of fishing. I caught some shrimp. Shrimp don't live in pools like this, do they? Okay, old school RuneScape, done. Okay, I'm just going to subject you guys to a bit more RuneScape. Let's do some modern RuneScape now, okay? The list continues. Man, I wish the M4 Max could play Fortnite with all the performance. It's such a shame. If somebody super chats me, I will run Fortnite on a Mac using FN Mac Assistant. Hobnobs for you, Final Fantasy 15, please. Let's hit 100k. Let's do it. Let's do it. Final Fantasy 15 is not that good on. Let's see. Is that Singaporean dollars? Nice. Okay, slightly under 5 US dollars, but I'll take it. Let's do the list. The list continues. FF15, Zarish. Okay, so from my experience, Final Fantasy 15 works okay. It's a bit stuttery because of game porting toolkits due to metal. It's not perfect, but we'll run it after when I do the Windows batch. So I'm gonna do C Power, which I know doesn't launch, but we'll try it. We'll try Warframe, Metaphor, Silent Hill 2, Hellblade 2. Oh, there's a lot to cover for this low-end Mac chip, right? I'll try and get through it today because, to be honest, there's a lot of stuff to cover. If you watch the whole live stream, then you might see it. Okay, so 1440p mid settings. Can we go ultra? Let's play ultra. Full screen it, baby. Okay, I'm getting a hobnob. So this is the lowly hobnob, a beauty in its imperfections, because it's like a normal chocolate digestive biscuit, but the back of it, instead of being a digestive, it's kind of like an OT digestive with extra sugar, right? And you can see it has a lot of imperfections in the manufacturing process because there's a lot of bits attached to it, like the bottom of the next biscuit, and they're delicious. Hobnob for quite high on calories, like about 80 calories each. I mean, it's less than a. Guys, this performance is not good. Oh my god. Mid. Wow, they really bumped up the graphics. There's quite a big difference between the way this game looks on a Mac. Sorry, on between mid and the old school RuneScape and this, right? You know, how much do the hobnobs cost in Singapore? So this is Tutorial Island. It's a bit nicer, I think. Can't get down there. Why are there skulls here? 250. So you just super chatted me near the equivalent of like some hobnobs. Zarish, how much is like food in Singapore? I haven't been to Singapore for a long time. It's been 20 years. If I wanted to get like, if I go to a kopitiam and I have some kaya toast, an egg, rice, and a coffee, how much does that cost? Where does it say my latency? I can't see latency. Oh, I can skip the tutorial. I've never been on Tutorial Island before. What? Taking its while to load the assets. Hello from Malaysia. I wasn't going to go to Malaysia. One of my friends went to, they're not Malaysian, but they went to Malaysia over summer. I would like to go. Chicken rice is $3. Hawker kopitiam curry toast with egg set is $3.80 without the coffee. Okay. So what? 380 Singapore dollars. Curry toast egg set is $3.80. £2.23. I'd really like to have some Singaporean food. I really like chicken rice. I want to go to Malaysia again. Like I went to Singapore and Malaysia at the same time, years and years ago. Okay, Tutorial Island performance is not good. Probably because this is using OpenGL. So this is mid. Low. I mean, to be honest, right? What are we doing running this? I can't change resolution. Put us at low. It's not much view distance. If this is a cloud, I mean, cloud gaming channels are kind of pointless. There are a few cloud gaming YouTube channels, but we're not really testing anything. Fortnite Mac Assistant is a method of running Fortnite, the mobile version, by stripping out the anti-cheat and then using sideloadly to run it. I'm willing to do it if someone super chats me. It'll be a very interesting video. Yeah, I'd like to go to Malaysia again. I went to a place called Pulau Perhentian, and I went scuba diving there. That was really cool. It's beautiful. Pulau Perhentian. Yeah, Pulau Perhentian, and also went to Johor Bahru, I went to Malacca, and I went to KL. Yeah, it does sound like an easy way to get yourself banned, but there's a Discord. I don't think anyone's actually been banned. Is there a Vulkan renderer? How do you turn on Vulkan renderer? Renderer. I don't think a Vulkan renderer would work. A DirectX renderer might work through, but there's no Vulkan on macOS, so a Vulkan renderer wouldn't work, even if I could get it working. Okay, yeah, this is a Mac gaming channel. Cloud streaming can be done on anything. Okay, cool. Old school RuneScape works. This is at the low setting. Surprisingly demanding for this base M chip. So it's still based on Java, right? Yeah, this is the same chipset as the Mac Mini base M4 that I tested before, so there should be no difference really. Yeah, so my notes, right, for Fortnite Mac Assistant is that you should use it for testing. Don't use your main account. Use a burner account. Okay, RuneScape's done. Is there any more macOS games I want to cover? Oh yeah, let's do some Liza P. You think M4 Pro and Mac Mini versus MacBook Pro? No, there shouldn't be any difference. There should be zero difference. They both got active cooling, so they both have fans to control thermal throttling, so it should be exactly the same level of performance. So I don't really see much difference. If anyone wants to super chat me for Fortnite, I will do it today. Does the Mac Mini have thermal throttle ever? Not really. Liza P is very well optimized, so I expect it to work quite well. It uses like Metal FX. It should be running pretty good. It should run pretty good. Okay, while that's verifying, I'm just gonna get a cup of tea. Okay, we'll be right back. Get another half an hour. Okay, back with tea and more hobnobs and an orange. Okay, what's going on? Did it start yet? Bloody hell. I've been waiting for ages. Come on, dudes. Come on, my dudes. Yeah, I did turn all the energy settings onto high. One, two. Two back in. And the good thing about Windows is that it's really easy to roll back drivers. I have a bot to reply to anyone who mentions the word Warzone or RDR2. I haven't really configured it properly. If anyone knows how to configure Stream Elements bot, it just replies like, Warzone doesn't work here. I should really get it to customize so that it says the name of the game, because that doesn't really make any sense, right? Because it doesn't know which game you're talking about. Oh, Streeter compilation. Stream Elements is a bot. Just FYI. Chatbot. I should really have it so it says the name, but then I'd have to make a separate. I think I have to make a separate bot for each. I think I'll just configure that now. And then just gonna call it. I'm gonna configure it. Warzone doesn't work on Mac yet. And then I think I might duplicate it to get. Okay, I've got two commands, RDR2 and Warzone 2. Warzone. So the chatbot should reply, and it has a cooldown, so don't keep spamming it. Dude, can you run Olama? What one of those? Okay, I can disable the Steam thing. Warzone doesn't work on Mac yet. Haven't you heard the news? Also works for RDR2, and it might include other games too. How much FPS? I reckon this will get 50 FPS. What's 3K? What's 3K resolution? Because 4K is basically 3K, 3.8K. One day I'll buy the Mac Studio maxed out with an M8 Ultra. The storage will not be upgraded out of principle. I've actually never tried Factorio. It seems like a game that's slightly too nerdy for me. My controller needs charging. Best way to run Elden Ring. The best way to Elden Ring is crossover preview, so. Okay, I'm just gonna charge my controller for a minute and then. Okay, what graphics settings am I using? 1440p. Quality. High. It definitely becomes hard to look at once you forget what it does. What does what? What are you talking about, Jared? Oh, Factorio. Yeah, I should really try that. Let's do balanced. Medium. Quality. Quality medium. Let's get this to 60, boys. Balanced. That's 50. This is like the low-end chip. Performance. You really need to test games without graphics priority, that the resolution instead of testing in 1440p medium, play in 1080p ultra. That's a fair comment. Fair, fair, fair. You're right, you're right. A game like this, no matter how well optimized, deserves high quality. 1080p quality high. Yeah, 1080p is where it's at. 1080p quality. That's pretty good frame rate, I'd say. It's close to 60. Okay, so 1080p at high with quality upscaling is not bad. It looks amazing. Like, ow, 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 ow. Is there bad artifacting? Does it look bad? Looks pretty good to me. Is Red Dead Redemption 2 compatible? Okay, guys, I need to add. Okay, what I need to do is I need to change my bot command because it needs to also say the word Red Dead Redemption 2 because it's not picking up that command. So let me see my custom command. The alias also needs to say Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, Red Dead Redemption 1 sort of works, so you know we can play that through Ryujinx and PC version. Someone type in Red Dead Redemption 2 and just see if the bot corrects it. Okay, close to 60. 1440p is where it's at. However, it also looks a little bit soft because it's 1080p downscaled slightly because you know OBS is downscaling this into a small window. Metal FX quality mode, yeah. I mean, when you're working with the low resolution and upscaling to only 1080p, then it's not gonna do much. Thermals. Let's see. Stats. I always forget to turn this on. 97 degrees, so it's hot. Thank you, Dev. Okay, we'll run this briefly at 1080p on high. I think that's valid. It's a valid, it's perfectly valid resolution. It looks great on the screen. Oh, ouch. That's why I died. This is why I died last time. I played this like ages ago. How do you block a gunshot? Okay. Pinocchio-based Dark Souls. Red Dead Redemption 2 is actively being worked on. Okay, I need to modify this command because everyone keeps asking the same questions over and over again. So, let me just... Red Dead Redemption to work because... yet code weavers are working on it. Okay, good. So Red Dead Redemption 2, yeah, code weavers are working on it. It's happening. With stream elements, can you customize the bot name? Because it'd be cool to have like the bot be called something. Stream. I want to change the bot name because you know what would be cool is if the bot was like an Apple logo. It'd be more authoritative, and it would be like the Mac says no or something like that. I don't know. Let me see if there's any options in the chat bot, or maybe it's something called pay for. I don't mind paying for that. Custom commands. What's a command variable? Okay, there's loads of settings. Okay, good. I don't want to play this game too long because I need to get this. I need to refund this game. I'll buy it again. I'll buy it again when it's on sale. Probably Christmas. Black Mesa is best played in parallels. Oof, that's a cool combo. In real life, right, people would not roll around like this. It just seems a very inefficient way to dodge attacks. Okay, 1080p, 60 to 70 FPS. Okay, so let's pump this back up to 1440p with downscaling. Okay, so if we run this at 1440p at high, it's going to be like, okay, this bit is 30, about 40. This is not bad. It's better than what we're getting before. So let me try and revisit where I was before. So I came in. There's like a boss there, isn't there? I was coming in from here. Yeah, so I just want to check because it was like 30 before, the same similar settings. Yeah, it's like 30, not 37 here. Oh, here we go. There's a Linux build of Red Dead 2, but it was never released after Stadia died, so outside Linux can't use it. Sadly. Could Windows games running on Vulkan work using crossover? Not at the moment, just because Vulkan, the current translation there is require a DirectX as a base, because it's not just it's just not just Vulkan to Metal, it's also DirectX to Vulkan. Okay, I'm dying. Okay, what I'm going to do is just play this bit again. But I'm going to turn the settings down to 1080p. Sorry, to medium. Because this kind of game kind of works better at that at high frame rates. And then I think I might do the upscaling as well, so a bit more aggressive on the upscaling side. Balanced. That basically lowers the resolution. So we're getting 50 here, but in the actual game part, outside of this train level, let's try to get that bad boss again. So here in this section, it's a little bit better, 40, 50 FPS. Yeah. PlayStation, they should really make their own controller. It's a weird ecosystem thing, right? Because it's like, if you suddenly you've got a PS5, so you go to the Apple Store and it's like, I want to buy a game controller, and they go there and they sell you a PlayStation 5 controller, and that's like already an ecosystem controller, because then you're going to have a controller and be like, oh no, I can't play the games I want to play on Mac. What console should I buy? And then now you already have a piece of the puzzle to enter the PlayStation PS5 kind of gaming ecosystem, and then you might just switch to PlayStation instead, because to be fair, most people would probably benefit from. Okay. Does DXVK work on the Mac? I thought Multi-VK, DXVK, and D3 Metal are different things. Multi-VK and DXVK are basically the same, two sides of the same coin. So if you want to use DirectX to Vulkan, you also need Vulkan to Metal translation layer. They kind of go hand in hand. Okay, let's get this guy again. Oh, I got a key. That's nice. Let's just see what happens when I turn on VSync or cap the frame rate. VSync is on, but in terms of basic multitasking, is it better to go for M4 with 6 efficiency cores or M4 Pro with only 4? You don't want efficiency cores, you want performance cores. Efficiency cores are the worst type of cores. Yeah, I need to dodge. How do I get out of here? Yeah, Vladimir Prog knows best. I can't really help you with Forza. It's like beyond my pay grade to understand how to get it to work. I just can't. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to fix games. I just run them, okay? I just test them. I don't really know how to do anything. Okay, so we've done Lies of P. Okay, let's see. We'll just get Crusader Kings running. So I want to install this on an internal drive. And then I need to get Civ working as well. And then I'll just make sure that we can still download at the same time. I just want to get it working. Keep that open while I remember to do this. Yeah, it doesn't really help. Efficiency cores don't help with performance as much as performance cores would. Yeah, how's Mac Game Patches doing? Yeah, you want more performance cores. More performance cores will give you better performance. Efficiency cores are just lower powered performance cores. Let me just find Vladimir. Why does it say this? FF. It's damaged. Can I verify it? What's going on? Nearly there. I think he made a new video recently. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn working. The remaster. He's using an ancient M1 Pro, so that's why it looks so bad. Well, you want more performance cores because even the performance cores are very efficient. So efficiency is more for like workloads. Okay, so Civ 6, no bueno. Crusader Kings 3, no bueno. Okay, my list says... Okay, let's get something else running while we're here. Okay, what am I doing? I'm going to do some wargaming. Game that was requested is World of Tanks. How do I change this Dreambot's name? Can I change the name? Okay, we're in the HD version. Let's go. The bot responds automatically. I wonder if there are any other kind of things I could do. Got chat commands. Just looking at my list of stuff. It doesn't trigger every single time. It just triggers after a certain number of something. There's a timeout, so you can't just spam it. Trying to get my okay, so yeah, the World of Tanks is technically a crossover 22 bottle. Yes, Quantum NP, that's correct. I'm not sure you're going to get it for $20 right now, but if you ever buy it in the future, yes, you'll get it for cheap. Let's see. So Dr. Grove, Victoria 3 is a game I tested on my last video, so you can check that out. Is there a way to show the frame rate? It's not Thai, it's Apple Gaming Wiki New. If you want the coupon code to work, the coupon code for crossover, Apple Gaming Wiki New. Okay, so you try that. That should work. Okay, so what I've heard is that this is not necessarily the best way to run this game. You need to buy ammunition. fine. I'll buy the crap ammunition. Is there a way to show frame rate? Oh yeah, typo. Typo! Apple. Thank you, Jamie. I just did it again. Gaming Wiki New. That one. That's the one. 20% off. Triple buffering. Graphics quality medium. How do I show FPS? Only in battles. Okay, sure. Yeah, frame rate. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I looked it up and I just saw it. So I'm pretty sure this uses OpenG. I'm pretty sure it's not using metal, so it's not very optimized. But it does use it is a code weave as a wrapper. It is literally a wrapper of the game, of the Windows version of the game. I wonder if we can get World of Tanks to run on crossover. Alright, I need to disable my downloads too. Okay, it's not downloading anything. Good. So at 40 FPS as medium at 1440p. It's like a this is like a first-person shooter, right? But on a tank. I don't have the best ping here because I'm running at on 5G connection. We're using the HD textures as well, which probably not required for. Third-person shooter, yeah, you're right. Tank shooter, I guess.
The light bulb icon indicates that you have been spotted by enemies.
.3D tank shooter, eh? I'm keeping my M1 Pro with a 16 GPU cores. Probably a good idea. If I'm honest with you. It's not, I don't really, it's my capture method, I think. Here it's working fine on my camera. Ooh, this is a good spot. Oh, I can't aim down. For frustrating. Oh my god, I can't aim down because I'm not a sniper. It shouldn't be doing that. It's getting bad. No bueno. You're dead.
Your gun can only be fired if the circle around the reticle is completely green. Gotcha.
Oh, we did it. Okay, wall of tanks. Here we go. So am I supposed to like capture this flag or something?
Capturing
Am I the
the
last one
enemy
standing?
base is one of the ways to win a battle.
Am I accidentally capturing the base? Am I capturing this base or am I not? What am I doing? Is standing here capturing it? Enemy base captures 55 seconds. I can see someone at a distance here. "25 seconds left on this capture." So I have to capture multiple bases. It's not just one base. So there's only 3 of us left on my team.
Enemy base is almost captured. When you leave the base circle, your capture progress is lost.
So there's like 5 baddies left. Victory. How do we win? I think that's the first World of Tanks game I've ever won. Ever. The level of jank in this port is high. Let's try it again. I want to kind of better capture because it was a bit janky. Okay, so we're doing a World of Tanks. So who suggested World of Tanks? Alan Bailey wanted me to do World of Tanks. So let's just try that again. Okay, let's see if this fares a little better this time. This looks like a castle in Italy or something. Are these like Italian World War II tanks? It's the Mac game porting toolkit. So apparently we can run this through crossover, although apparently the performance of the vehicles changes, which I don't necessarily think you want in a multiplayer game. It is a high level of jank though in order to get this.
Vehicle
Boom.
and turret movement
Boom,
decreases
shakalaka.
gun accuracy. Enemy is hit.
Did tanks in World War II really strafe around like this?
Penetration. Enemy is hit. Penetration. Enemy armor is hit. The circle
You really
around the
need multiple
reticle
shots.
indicates gun accuracy. Wait a little for a more accurate shot. Enemy armor is destroyed.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
One of our tracks is
Okay,
damaged.
not good. Getting hit on two sides.
Enemy armor is damaged. Track hit. Enemy armor is hit. Penetration.
There's no metal hide because it doesn't use as a metal. It's not using DirectX.
We didn't penetrate their armor.
Ricochet hit, eh?
We didn't penetrate their armor.
Ouch.
We're done for. Everyone get out.
Okay, cool. Why does this keep saying it's damaged? I'm having this issue over and over again, whether I download it. Bloody hell, is it just because of this? 'Cause they didn't sign it properly. It can't be it. Because I tried to open this so many times now. Steam games shouldn't be doing this at all. Bloody hell. Aspire? I've been trying to run this game for like the last few days, and that was it. They didn't sign the bloody game properly. I tried it on like 3 different computers, so it's not me. Bloody hell. That's so annoying. I shouldn't have to give a game permission because it should just work. I think I'll have to try World of Tanks on Game Porting Toolkit at some point. Let's not play any licensed music. There's like a bench. Where's the benchmark in this game? So this is default settings at 1440p. Where's the graphics benchmark? In Civ 6. Onto the main menu, apparently. That's assuming that we have it on the Mac. We do have it. Okay, so default settings 1440p.
A world of information rests in the palm of your hand, and networks for instantaneous communication span the globe. Yet a unified
Thank you, Yup, for the super chat. Really appreciate the gesture. Very kind. Thank you very much. Yup. If you have a question for me, then make sure to ask it now because I'm here to answer your questions. Okay, this is useless because for capping the frame rate to 50 does nothing. Okay, so VSync is disabled though. There's no frame rate cap option here. There's no frame limiter. So why is it capping out at 60?
A world of information rests in the palm of your hand.
Destiny 2 is never going to run on
Networks
Windows
for
ARM because
instantaneous
it's not just
communication
about
span the
battle
globe.
AI, it's also about whether the
Get a
developer
unified
wants
vision box.
detection for virtual machines to work on ARM. Okay, it's going high. It's not capped to 60. It's not capped to 60 because it's going over 60. I just assumed it was because it was hovering about 60. You know, I didn't realize that Civ 6 had a benchmark. I should add this to my list of benchmarks to apply for each device. So, content idea. I'm going to compare all 3 MacBooks by running the benchmarks for Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Cyberpunk 2077, and what's the other game that's going to benchmark? Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Warhammer 3. I don't understand this benchmark because it doesn't show me like an average frame rate. So it says here it's in a CSV. I mean, what does that do? What does that do for me? For Access, what are you doing? So it's an application support, and then I have to go to Sid Meier's Civ 6. Which ain't here. Application. So it's not here. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong folder. Sid Meier's Civ 6. Then logs. There's no logs folder here. Application was Firaxis Games. Okay, that's annoying. Sid Meier's Civ 6 logs. And then it's produced a benchmark CSV for me. What does that even mean? You have to open it up in Excel. Numbers. And then what? What does it tell me? What does that do? What does that mean? 16, is that the frame time? This means nothing. Milliseconds per frame frames. Divide 1,000 by this number. What on earth? Okay, I don't, to be honest, right, from my purposes of content creation, I don't need an average frame rate. I just need to know what it feels like to play at certain levels. So default settings 1440p. Let's play. Update to expand. I'm not buying an expansion of. I don't really like Civ 6 that much. Like, I really wanted to like it, but I just don't like how slow it is, slow paced it is.
Water.
And I didn't feel like I like Civ 4 the most. Although I would like Civ 4 to have the
Greetings, my liege. As your personal advisor.
I would like Civ 4 to have hexes. I think that was a big improvement. Is that my set? Is this a settler? Oh, I shouldn't be moving my settler so much. I should be building a. No, I should be building my city. I really want to play. I do want to run through of Alpha Centauri. That'd be cool. Probably a really bad idea moving 4
The
turns
natural
before
history
I
of this
get to a-
archipelago is very remarkable. It seems to be a little world within itself.
I think Alpha Centauri is such a good game. I'm thinking of buying a Mac. What kind of Mac do you want to buy? Stretching. The Space M4. Seems to run fine at default settings, 1440p. I don't think I'll get far enough, but I've got the benchmark to observe, which is pretty good.
We have recently gained advanced.
I don't believe in astrology. I'm a...
Welcome to the United
Welcome to
States
the
of America.
United States.
If you conduct yourself
Imagine
well,
that one Civilization
consider us
7 and it
friends.
has like a Donald Trump here. One day that's going to happen. It's part of history now. Do you own a Mac already? That's kind of the biggest clue, really. Can't really tell you what you want. I always just think just buy the best Mac you can buy. I mean, there's not that many choices. 14 or 16 inch, or buy the previous generation MacBook Air. It just depends what you need. I think I need another tea break and do some stretching. Maybe another hobnob. Okay, that's good. I think we're happy that this works. Good frame rate too. Obviously, playing at late game would be a better indication, but let's also do Crusader Kings 3. Let's see if what the issue was, because it's always crashing. I hate it. Let's just update this and I'll make a cup of tea. So I've done my Civ 6. These Paradox games are such a pain in the ass. How dumb would it be to get the Studio Display if I play WoW? The Studio Display is objectively overpriced, but I'm honest, I don't really know if there's a better 4K monitor that's out there. The Legions are heavy laptops. Yeah, you don't necessarily want to be using those. I've been using iMac late 2012 until this year. I bought an M4 Pro Mac Mini. Huge improvement. It is a huge improvement, but you know, I like Mac displays. Tea break. Tea break time. Okay, we've got Crusader Kings running. Oh my god, is it running for the first time now? Let's see. Let's full screen. Let's do medium. You don't want to live in Munster. Okay, Ireland. If you use better display, then the scaling issues are mitigated vastly. You can't run Apex Legends on a Mac. Oh, low looks so ugly. GTA 6 will never run on a Mac, most likely. Okay, medium. I think I have to run this in 1080p because 1440p is not that good. That's much better, close to 60, but I need to restart, I think, in order to get the screen to look correct, because it's... Macs have good color display monitors. They're not really designed for games. So I know that it says 1440p, but if I put it at 1080p, it really is 1080p. Because the performance changes. So it's like a scaled resolution down. So if I put this at 1440p, it's actually at 1080. Because if I put this at 1440p, see, 1440p is 32 FPS here. And then if I switch this to 1080p, it's like 45. So, Crusader Kings 3. Now the real test of these Paradox games is there's not really much that happens on screen. But one thing you can change is the game speed. So I can zoom in and out pretty smoothly and look at all of the different countries here. I didn't realize that Africa is so developed. And then looking like a medium graphics area, about 50. But then the real issue is like changing the speed. So if I change to fastest, right, how does everything behave? And then scrolling at fastest preset at 1080p is okay. I'm not really sure why in this game. Oh, it's paused, so that's not really going to help, is it? It needs stuff to be running. Okay, so when the game starts running, we're going about 50 FPS. This is green. And if I switch this to fastest, frame rate drops quite a lot to like 30, 28. Yeah. If you fast forward, you probably don't want to fast forward too much. Let's go back to normal speed. Normal speed is like 40. What's happening here? There's a raid happening. What? I don't know how to play this game. This is 1066, right? So we have the England being attacked by Normandy soon, but then also the Viking King as well. This is like Vinland Saga type, right before that. England, Mercia, Wessex. Okay, good. This guy's getting away. Okay, Crusader Kings 2 tested. So 1440p we tested that at medium. No, it's not 1440, it's 1080p. It works okay. Actually, let's try switching it to low settings. It's a lot uglier. Like the ground textures are just the blobs, but you could easily pump this up to fast forward, and we're still getting about 55, 60 FPS at 1080p. How did I get my weird, eloquent British accent? Well, it's basically from I'll show you where I grew up. Here, Shropshire. I grew up in Shropshire near Shrewsbury. So a lot of people say Shrewsbury, but they're uneducated because it's actually Shrewsbury, based on the Old English. So Shrewsbury and Shropshire. Sorry, Shrewsbury and Shropshire, and I went to private school there. And that's basically how I got this accent. So it's not the most posh accent, that's the way you receive pronunciation, but it's, if you can enunciate, if you have the ability to enunciate your letters, then you're going to have, on the scale of poshness, it's near the top. It's not like received pronunciation though. So if you live in Surrey or like Kensington in London or somewhere like that, and you go to a private school near there, then you're going to have a very, very posh accent. I think this is running pretty well at low. This is low 1080p. Okay, good. Happy with that. Andrew is your English name. My Chinese name is Cai Fengzong. Fengzong. Cai Fengzong. It's Mandarin for Fengzong, my name. Okay. So finally got Crusader Kings done. God, I don't know why that took so long. Okay, so are there any other titles that are Mac titles? We've got League of Legends. Okay, League of Legends. I have to run this, even though I don't really like League of Legends. Someone wanted me to run this on the base Mac, so you gotta do what you gotta do. Where's my league? Then I'll do a bunch of Windows game testing. It's probably a dumb question, but on Mac, it's like on iPhone that you don't need drivers app for the GPU. There's no GPU, there's no drivers. It's all built into the Mac OS, Mac OS Sequoias. Any kind of changes to the graphics engine and stuff, they don't really do anything. It's all built into the operating system updates. Okay. Thank you very much, Christopher Anderson. You are requesting for all newer Paradox games, including Stellaris. Stellaris. Okay, thank you very much. So, okay, Stellaris. Do I own Stellaris? Did I get it free at some point? Do I own Stellaris? Or was there a demo or something? I feel like I own Stellaris in some form, not on Steam. Was it ever free on Epic? Do I have it on GOG? Oh, I might have it on GOG. If I have it on GOG, then I might download it now. While this is waiting. God, there's so much like DLC. Which is the one I own? Don't I own any of these? I have a relationship with GOG. They'll just give me this game for free. I'm sure I bought this before. Why don't I own this already? Oh, I'm not signed in. I think I'll sign in now. Just going to sign in and then I'll pretend my screen back on. Okay, I think we're cooking. Okay, maybe I do own Stellaris. Do I own Stellaris? Because I remember one of my mods asking for Stellaris. Hey, here we are. Original Stellaris. I thought I did. Stellaris. Library. Where are my games at? I've forgotten how to use this. Oh, here we are. No problem. Some part. Are you from Australia? Hemato Sujani. Is that why you're asking about posh accents? Okay. Offline installer. Okay, 11 gigs. You have 18 hours. What are you rendering for 18 hours? Film. Oh. Okay, good. Stellaris is coming. League of Legends is coming. Okay, well, I might just pause this one first and get League working first. I don't know what's re-downloading this whole thing again. 18 minutes. Okay, good. So let's have a think what we're going to do next. Well, we're going to do Windows games next. So Tekken 8. Tekken 8, we'll do some multiplayer on that. I covered that in a different video, didn't I? I've kind of forgotten what I covered. There's a surprising number of Indonesians here, considering that Apple products are so expensive. I mean, even for British people who have high salaries, it's considered luxury, I suppose, in terms of competing. But then, from my understanding of like Indonesians have a much lower salary in general. So I have a friend in Taiwan called Paul, and he's Indonesian Chinese or Chinese Indonesian, and he's always complaining about the price of stuff in Taiwan being too expensive. Well, I consider Taiwan very cheap. Do you expect that we will have easy anti-cheat or battle eye support on Mac soon? Well, technically these anti-cheats support Mac. It's just that the developers need to enable the support, and it looks like it's really going in the other direction. Apex Legends, for example, took away support from SteamOS, so they're not going to do that. Which is, SteamOS is a much more, I'll say, valuable partner for them compared to like macOS. And they disabled the support for Steam OS. And yeah, it's not good. Hello, Karamba. Welcome to this stream. Are you a member? Okay, well, let's add you as a member. Let's do it. I'll add it to the list. GTA Definitive Edition. Karamba. Okay, sure. Added to the list. If you look below the chat box, that's there. Just waiting for this to fully download, and we'll also try. I think I'll do Stellaris in the next video. You've only got boring Aussie accent. Most people prefer Australian accents, and like internationally, I think more approachable than a British accent. Okay. Waiting for that. This will be done in 13 minutes. British accents seem to go aid foreign business management circles. It hasn't helped me very much. But yeah, I understand what you mean. They took out Apex Legends which had an easy anti-cheat exception for SteamOS, which is Linux, and it worked for a long time, a couple of years. And then recently, a few weeks ago, they removed the Linux support for easy anti-cheat from Apex Legends, so it no longer works. So that's a sign of, even though easy anti-cheat supports Linux, they drop support for Linux. So that's what I mean by no more Linux support. Oil up. I got this massive spot on my cheek. It's horrible. Yeah, Australian salaries are much more than Asian countries. That's good. My plan is to retire into Taiwan in one day because it's just much cheaper. And use that as a base to go to Malaysia. So I just sorted out my Taiwanese citizenship after took a lot of paperwork to do because my parents are Taiwan citizens. So, but I had to get all of the information, like their marriage certificate, and then go to all the stuff sorted out. But now I have the right to healthcare and also the right to live, which is very exciting because I like to live there. I love to live in Taiwan. And then travel to Malaysia and Thailand and Indonesia, even go to Australia. I mean, Australia's not that close to Taiwan, but it's still 8 hours away. I hope Valve releases a new console. I do too. I think that it would be very nice for Valve to do an update to the Steam Deck, because we have Steam Deck. We have Steam Deck LCD, Steam Deck LCD, then the Steam Deck OLED, which was an improvement for battery life, not really of performance. But Valve is saying that there's basically some waiting around. They're waiting for new tech to come out. So there's an the x86 processor in the Steam Deck's pretty good. The ability to scale to control your own TDP allows you to like run games for like 8-10 hours if you wanted to, if you had something quite cheap. And it would be nice to have something even better than that. I'm sure something has been released recently. I mean, if the Mac can do it, if Apple can drastically improve performance every year, I know it's incremental, so maybe 10-20% per year. That's a lot. I mean, Steam Deck's been out for 3 years, so that could be 3 years of that could be 50% faster, you know? You can't play Apex Legends on the Steam Deck on SteamOS. You can obviously play it if you install Windows, but that's like a different story. For City Skylines, please different save games with larger population, just to see when it starts to choke itself. It'll choke itself at a tiny city, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. Thanks for your user fan interaction. Hope your YouTube live career is going well. It's going very well. I'm making a lot of money from this. I'm not sure. I know that it's kind of hard to understand, right? The economics of YouTubing when I have such a small subscriber count, but I actually make a lot. I actually make a lot of money from this. I make an obscene amount. Okay, so we're doing. Okay, I'm trying to make a video today. Okay, good. Okay, so should I play team fight? Okay, I think. I guess I just play standard team fight tactics, right? What's the normal game? No, I need to enable the metal thing. I will do Tekken 8 soon, but what I need to do is to the metal script. Where has it gone? The metal HUD enabler. No, that's not it. It's the I forgot what it's called. The League of Legends Metal Script Mac. Okay, let's run the script. How do we run the script again? Yeah, we just do this terminal script, and then we enable the I forgot, I can't read terminal commands properly. Yeah, it's bash, and then we use bash and then curl this thing, and then just do it again to confirm. Yeah. Can't or you could run the script here by, how do you do it? You forward slash. I was just speaking to my colleague in Taiwan today. Do you have any concerns for the future of Taiwan? Not really. Do I have to go into my downloads folder? I'm not very good with terminal. I think I enabled the script already. I'm not very good at this. Why does one need to do it in bash anyway? Oh, here we are. There's a script here. That's it. The curl script. Stupid me. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'm crap at this. I don't actually know what the difference between bash and whatever the other thing is. Could not extract. Because I put it on a solid state drive, so. I'm not really worried about Taiwan's future. There's a status quo that's existed for a long time. I really doubt that anything will happen long term. It's a safe country to set up roots, and if something does happen, I still have all my stuff here. I can just leave. I have both a British and a Taiwanese passport, and now that I've got a Taiwan ID as well, I can easily go in and out of Taiwan. Metal, yeah, I've already enabled this, so this should just be working. Okay. If I stop this, it will stop. Okay, I'm not going to run Stellaris today because there's too many like Paradox games. It's already enabled because I already did it on my other computer. So when the metal HUD comes up, I'll see it. Yeah, Taiwan is protected by TSMC. The fate of the biggest companies in the world, NVIDIA, whose production is in TSMC, and then Apple's chips are all made by TSMC. So TSMC are the fab that creates all of these games. Okay, Aram. So should I run Aram or Teamfight Tactics? I don't mind. I don't want to do a full game though. Maybe I'll do Aram. Yeah, Aram's like a new mode, isn't it? Taiwan's kind of chills. Yeah, Taiwan's very chill. Steam is run through emulation in the sense that Steam is an Intel application being translated to the ARM chip via Rosetta 2. That's on the macOS side. After I run this game, I'm going to do Windows gaming. So I'm going to do Tekken 8. And that's an x86 64-bit game. It has to be run through Rosetta 2 as well. But we also translate Windows to macOS API calls. And we're translating DirectX 12 to Metal using D3D Metal. AMD chips are also made by TSMC, true. Yeah, TSMC is not chip design, it's the chip fabrication, right? Because chip design is done by the clients, right? Apple design their chips, and Apple, you know, you make an ARM chip, you have to pay a license fee to ARM, which is a British company, and then you have to fabricate it in the best possible place in the world, which is Taiwan for some reason. And every industry relies on this, you know, from Tesla to all the advanced graphics chips to everything. Pretty much, it's just relies on in Hsinchu. You know, all of these companies, global, gigantic megacorps, and billions of dollars, and the most expensive, the most valuable countries and companies in the world all rely on tech supplied by TSMC. So any kind of imbalance to that, any disruption would be catastrophic. Not just for computing, but for every other industry that uses microchips, whether it's AI or just basic computing. Because, you know, China can make some advanced chips. I don't think there are any fabs which are in China which can do anything better than the 5 nanometer, and even then, not to a high volume. TSMC do not design chips; they only produce them. That's the whole point of TSMC, is that they figured out that specializing in the fabrication would give them a huge competitive advantage, and everyone else is designing chips made on their silicon wafers. So AMD, Nvidia. I think Intel used somewhere else, right? I don't know. My M4 Max GPU. Okay, what do I do? Do I choose champion here? No. I don't know what I'm doing here. My M4 Max 40 GPU runs 100 minutes playing Elden Ring using Whiskey on battery. So is your M4 Max running at a higher frame rate? Because if you've got an uncapped frame rate, then it could be running faster. Also, the 14-inch has much less battery than 16-inch. Even if you are using an ARM chip, you still have to pay a license fee to ARM, which is a British company, which was a British company. I've got an elevator, I'm going down, down, down. Okay, Gal Caddo. Gail Caddo is the person who wants me to run League of Legends. Can the base M4 and cloud replace a Windows gaming rig? Not really. You can just play some games. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It can't really replace everything a Windows PC can do. Yeah, Texas Instruments. Samsung have their own fabs. There's a really good channel called Asianometry. Asianometry is a YouTube channel which has a lot of content about chip fabs, which explains all of the usage, all of the production of chips around the world, especially TSMC. And the guy is based in Taiwan. I actually met him when I was in Taipei. He's a great dude, and fellow YouTuber, but much larger than me, and manages to explain a lot of this stuff really well. ARM is a type of processor, but it's also a design that's was created by the British, but then sold. So why isn't the metal HUD running on here? Studio Drive makes SSDs. Did they actually make them though? There's no major fab in Europe which does high-end processors. TSMC made me rich. If you had invested in any of the top stocks, I guess you would have done well. Nvidia, Apple. I remember seeing a stat like if you, instead of buying an iPhone every year from Apple, if you just invested in a stock, you'd be like a multi-millionaire now. Is this supposed to be... Okay, I don't know why the metal HUD's not showing up, because they used the patcher for metal HUD. And it seems to be stuck on 90%, which is weird. No bueno. Has this just crashed? What's happened here? 90%. What's disappointing is there's no metal HUD. Metal HUD means I'm running the wrong version of... But I'm sure I patched it. I'm sure I patched this. Maybe I'll do a manual patch. I'm buying tech ETFs every month, so I participate in them. But okay, the thing is, right, that I should be getting 200 FPS even at this graphics setting, even at medium. At very high, I should be getting not 200, but like 100. It's not right. Sorry, my team. I need to get... Sorry, I'm being a dick to this team. But I'll reconnect if I go into this, so... Applications, League of Legends. Okay, let's run that script again. It says Metal API is already installed, so let me just check this, because the script might be wrong. Contents. Lol. Where's the game CFG? Oh, here we are, game.cfg. Metal beta test is 1. Okay, so let's just make sure that this one is the version I'm running, not the one. La, 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 la. Have I tried running StarCraft 2? No, but if you super chat me, I could try it now while I'm still on the macOS side of things. Where is my interest for Mac gaming? Okay, where is my interest for Mac gaming? I've explained this multiple times now, but I think about it, it's the answer's slightly different. So, the main thing is that I think that Apple's ecosystem is extremely interesting. I find it like fascinating that yeah, Metal HUD. Ugh. Okay. I find it fascinating that basically there's a whole chipset which is extremely powerful and all unified. So, you know, one of the things that is very interesting is that we have one of the problems, one of the efficiencies of having a console development cycle is that you can basically target lots and lots of systems all at the same time. I think I'm going to talk about it after I do this, so I can't focus. So what graphics set am I using? Very high. Okay, I'll show you very high, then I'll show very low. Just got owned. Is League a native game? No, it's a Rosetta 2 game. It's native in the sense that you don't need to download anything else. I'm only level 5. Shouldn't hang on here too much. They're getting destroyed by. Should probably buy an item. Okay, let's try this in very low just to get a comparison. Okay, 300 FPS. Ugh. Annihilated in a few seconds. Yeah, so what I find fascinating about Mac gaming is I think that there's a whole world of Mac users who don't realize that they're sitting on a powerful computer. And this was completely exacerbated by the ARM chips, which introduced powerful integrated graphics. So for the very first time, instead of, you know, using very low-end Intel graphics chips, you could finally have something relatively good that would last a long time on battery and was efficient. So when I looked online as well, I found that there was almost no information about how to actually get these games working. A lot of these tutorials are just extremely old, right? Terrible. And so I just thought this is a good opportunity for me to step in. And I'm fascinated because, firstly, I like doing the YouTube side because I'm often the only person online to get something working and with video proof, right? So it's kind of interesting to see that, you know, getting a game running is like is like world first sometimes, right? Especially on ARM chip devices. And also, I think that there's a huge potential for Apple to capitalize on this chipset, but because of various Apple decisions, right? They just don't do it. There's so many things that if I was in charge of Apple, we could fix gaming on a Mac just like that. But the money that Apple have got, if they gave me access to this, I could fix this easily, right? And we could easily have a rival gaming platform that could be way bigger than even something like the Steam Deck, right? Because there are millions and millions of Apple users sitting on powerful potential gaming hardware that's also unified as well. It's also unified with what is basically the world's most powerful, most profitable gaming platform, the mobile platform. So all of those iPhone and iPad games, which would make zillions of dollars on the internet with real normal people, they just have, they're just sitting on this goldmine of compatibility, because all of those apps that run on a phone and iPad, they could just be ported to the Mac very easily. But they don't do it, which is very annoying, because there's so much like potential for that to work, and it's a huge shame. Okay, I'm gonna quit out of this because I've got enough data. My team needs me, but I think other people need me to do other stuff. Vasil Baron, thank you very much for super chatting that. I'm adding it to the list. So StarCraft 2 from Vasil Baran. You see in the bottom left, I've added it there. So it's going to go onto that. They don't need to buy a studio. Okay, firstly, what they need to do? What they need to do is partner with Steam. Okay, so that means like putting all of the games that they're paying to port, not just on the App Store, but on the Steam as well, because that'll help to expand the user base. Because people realize, oh yeah, if I've got Steam, then it's going to work. Loads of companies have tried to leave Steam and make their own launchers, but they all come back. Battle.net, EA, Ubisoft are going back. They're releasing Assassin's Creed Shadows day one on Steam. They all come back eventually, okay? And so Apple need to go back to Steam and beg for their games to come to macOS, to Steam, okay? Number two, they need to develop the Vulkan graphics driver on Mac, okay? That will help with a huge amount of development work, making Vulkan... They don't have to make Vulkan compatible. They have to develop a Vulkan compatibility layer with Metal, which already exists in the form of Multi-VK. They just need to pay like 50 engineers to like work on it every day, right? They exist, they want to work on it, but they need to open source it, okay? The other thing they need to open source is D2D Metal, the DirectX 12 to Metal translation layer. If you open source it, then people can develop it, work on it. Apple will take the stuff that's good, put it into the Metal graphics API, and then people will have a much better understanding of the translation layers. They can translate their own games. Not just open sourcing it, they should make it free to include in a license, which allows them to package it with other games. So right now this is forbidden, but you should be able to just grab a Windows game, bundle it in a wine wrapper, put D2D Metal in it, and sell it as a game. That should be a possibility, okay? Apple need to buy several game studios, okay? So as many exclusive games as possible, right? Pick all of the low-hanging fruit. That is every game, like kind of like what Embracer did, and just buy game studios and then make them into actual, make them actually release games properly, okay? So like kind of the BS thing that they've done with Capcom is like they've worked together, but Capcom have done their own thing and made things very confusing. So they've added like always on DRM, they've added things like there's a lot of confusion with like, oh yeah, well, you've got Resident Evil Village on a Mac, and then you have to buy it separately for iPad and iPhone. But if you buy Resident Evil 4, you get them all together. That's just BS, right? Apple have enough money to make loss-leading decisions on gaming for decades, right? What they should do is basically you buy one license for the App Store, and then you get all the games, right? Or vice versa, you buy it on Steam and you get the App Store versions. It should be really easy, and you should be able to connect your Steam account to the App Store, and then you should be able to just mush them together, and where you buy one, you get the other. Steam is very transparent about the ability to be able to do that kind of thing. Because Steam, if you publish a game on Steam, they just give you licenses to sell anywhere on any third-party store. What else does Apple need to do? They need to make all the games. Okay, they need to revamp the App Store and make a whole dedicated gaming section that looks like Steam, right? So they need a place where it's not just all the crap that you get from the App Store. It needs to be like a dedicated launcher type system where you can just download games, where you can resume them, and you have big loading bars, and then you have options, all those things. Just make it as simple, separate as possible, because when you have an App Store with games, you don't want like a lot of crud. You don't want to be able to download Microsoft Word or Numbers or Pages or whatever in the same place that you get these AAA games. They should be like separate categories that shouldn't be in one category or another. They should be completely separate apps, like a completely separate. Like on the Microsoft side, they have an Xbox app and they have a Microsoft Store app. They just don't have the same thing, right? I think those are probably the 4 things that Apple need to do to fix things. What else could Apple need to do? Apple, hear him out. Apple is too greedy to support games outside the App Store. That's true. However, it would make I think the issue is that Apple want to control the desktop ecosystem on their hardware, right? I understand this, okay? They're thinking like, well, we're going to take 30% cut of everything on the App Store. We don't want to like leak this out to anyone else. We don't want to share this with anyone else. That's fair, okay? But if your desktop gaming market share is only 1%, then you're only making 30% of 1% of those sales, right? If you could increase your market share to 5% or 10%, right, just by opening up the existing libraries and having backwards compatibility on Apple hardware, then it could potentially increase that. So instead of getting 30% of 1%, which is only 0.3%, you could have 30% of 10%, which is 3%, which is like completely different. So yeah, that's what I think. I mean, Apple TV, all that gaming stuff is such a fragmented mess. There are so many games on Apple Arcade, which is a Apple-funded subscription service, which don't even work on Apple TV, right? And vice versa. When you buy a game or a service or whatever, you don't know if you're getting an Apple TV version. Like, if you buy Resident Evil 4, why isn't there an Apple TV version? There's no like. They should make an Apple TV firstly that's powerful enough to run these console games. But secondly, they need to like, there's more stuff that needs to happen, okay? I just think that. I should make a separate video about this. Maybe I will at some point. Can you please make a list of instructions? I will publish them. I will one day. Okay, good. So I'll cover StarCraft 2 later. I want to try. We're going to do some Windows gaming now because I need to get enough footage for my thing. Okay, so let's do Tekken 8. So this was a request for Tekken 8. I think Apple wants to compete with the Microsoft Store, but even then Microsoft releases their. Microsoft are not making any money from the Microsoft Store. Okay, so which PC gamers are actually using the Microsoft Store to buy games? Thank you for answering. Okay, I love to make a video about it. Once I've done all this like BS to do with space engineers that's a request that I've got to cover. I'd like to make some more videos about it, but my production cycle means that right now it's best for me in terms of my channel growth to do as much as possible on these devices right now, because let me just move this guy to the right a bit. Yeah, I want to do some more like generalized chitter chatter about these games because I think it'll be quite interesting. What's your favorite macOS? macOS what? Mac game? Which is my favorite macOS? Ventura or Monterey? So I forgot to add that my reply, Microsoft releases games day one between Steam and Microsoft Store. I'm using the Microsoft Store to buy games. Fair enough. You'd probably be better off. I mean, you'd probably be better off buying it on Steam because then you can play it on Steam Deck easily without having to install Windows on it. Just gonna pee and get another drink. I will be right back. Okay. God, space engineers. See you guys on the next stream, NSFW Star. I'm here quite regularly. You can play crack games on a PC, on a Mac. It's quite straightforward. I'm not waiting for this to install. This got patch. That's weird. Okay, let's do some Tekken. Lunchtime. Oh, you bought credits for kids on the MS Store. I mean, it makes sense, right? The gateway drug is Minecraft, right? Because they switched to Minecraft to the Microsoft Store. That's the gateway drug. I still got a Ragnarok. Runs at 60 FPS. Pretty good. Hamato Tajani, thanks very much for joining the stream. I'll see you later. Now we're doing some Windows gaming, man. Just eating some lunch. It's my chicken breast. I haven't really thought about the noise of the machines yet. I just ordered a decibel meter. I'm gonna test out the fan speeds and noises later. I'm gonna do a whole roundup of M4 versus blah 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 blah, all of these games. Running on max and seeing which one performs best. There's no way to get MS Store working. It just uses a weird file format. This is not as good as an RTX 4070. Not even close. I'm not sure what the RTX equivalent is, but it's not. It's probably like a 40. M4 is probably like a 4050, whatever that is. I wonder why Tekken 8's taking so long to load. I mean, I don't think it's that good. A G14 is much cheaper, of much better value. A similar kind of thin and light, but although it's much more loud and it barely runs on battery very long. Not surprised. If you're looking for top tier gaming experiences, then the Apple Mac is not for you. Sorry. It's a bit unusual that this has taken so long to load. His Heihachi is looking very angry. Heihachi Mishima. Once I get a bit further through, this is my, so I've got 6 Macs to test. This is my 5th one, my 5th live stream, my 5th video. So I'll release this video later. And then I'll do my 6th one, which is the iMac, which is the last thing. And then I'm going to do my comparison videos. So I'll run benchmarks on everything, including sound. So I'll do the fan test, I'll compare them to the old ones. If you know anything about Tekken lore, Heihachi has been thrown off volcanoes like multiple times. That's why he's upset. I would be upset too if I was flung from a volcano multiple times. Okay, 1440p high, let's try it. I don't think it'll work out 1440p high because this is what I tested before. I did a mini comparison in my last video where I compared the two different editions of the M4 Pro, the 16 and the 20 GPU core version. There's about 10% difference between those two devices using the benchmarks that I had. It'll be interesting to see more.
Get ready for the next battle.
So this is on 1440p high, okay? Now I could run this at 60 FPS on the M4 Pro, but this is the M4 base chip. So what's annoying about this game is that you have to go back to the main menu in order to change the graphics settings. So let's just run one bout at high 1440p and see how it goes. It's also capped at 60, I think. You really want this running at 60 FPS. There's no real other option because the game can't be played properly.
Round one. Fight.
So I can't get the timing of the attacks right without 60 FPS. Lucky. When the shaders cache, anyway, it's not, none of this footage is usable because you have to wait for the shaders to cache completely. Every single attack animation is generated. Yeah, Mika, I completely understand. Gaming on the Mac makes me feel like I used to feel when discovered the Mugans and emulators in the dial-up days. I love the feeling, the mystery, the drama. It does make me think of the. It does make me think of the old days, of the dark days of PC gaming. So I founded a website called PC Gaming Wiki, which is a place where you kind of gather all the information about PC games, technical aspects like save game data and stuff into one wiki, which anyone can edit. And I think that's taken a bit of the mystery out of PC gaming because it's like hard to... it's all documented to death, every single aspect. Save games, configs, all that stuff is easy to find. Whereas on the Mac side, it's pretty much a huge mystery. It's like a treasure trove of a possibility which no one's looking at. They're like I don't understand why I'm the only YouTuber trying to figure out all of the bits and pieces. It's like, why aren't there like hundreds of us? I mean, there's loads of people who are on the Steam Deck who are like basically dedicated to this similar kind of thing.
Round one. Fight.
I love that Tekken is playable on the Mac. I think it's like, it'd be so cool to see official ports. I'd love to see Street Fighter 6 or something. Because the engine's already there. The engines of Resident Evil 4 basically is ported to Mac already, ported to phones. How? Okay, Fam. How is the fan noise and thermals? It's fine. I don't know. I'm not good at answering that question. What's that tower? Yeah, the reward. It's gaming on. It's the most. People say, oh yeah, Macs are for noobs, right? For idiots who don't know how to use computers. I mean, but gaming on a Mac through translation layers is like gaming on hard mode. Okay, it's like an eternal puzzle. It's a puzzle that's constantly changing, and there's infinite possibilities. Because the hardware, the most important thing is that the hardware works. The most important thing is the hardware is there, and someone just needs to support it the right way. And Apple have all of the tools that you need, and the main tool is money, right? Okay, they've done the first thing, which is create a hardware ecosystem, which basically works, right? And they have the potential to do it. All it needs is like a good old software update. Add the drivers, get the companies to support the games, do a few legal things to make it open source. Easy peasy. Okay, good. I think I'm going to change this to a lower graphics setting because 1440p is a bit sad. Yeah, 1080p, you're right, Dev, of Aurora. We need to hit that sweet 60, okay? So I think 1080p at medium might be the way to go. Let's do my... Oh, we did League of Legends as well, didn't we? I did Genshin Impact as well, but it's not working very well. Okay, let's tweak these settings down a bit. It is using upscaling. (1080p high). Do I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 would be playable? I hope so. Can't really say anything else about that. You can't. I have a PS5 but still enjoy playing on my Mac more. I swear, I think you are contributing huge amount to building a Mac gaming community. I thank you for your service. Thank you. I get messages a lot about people like getting annoyed at me for like over promising. They're like, oh, you promised that we could get this to work. I always tell people that that Mac gaming is a compromise. It's a huge compromise. It's not like it's not turnkey. It's a complicated, frustrating, hard process sometimes. If you watch these live streams, you'll know that sometimes I'll spend half an hour getting a game to work. Like this thing, like Tekken 8 works. I mean, can I say Tekken 8 doesn't work? Of course it works, right? But it's crossover for the average Apple user. I'm not going to say this is the perfect way to run the game. Okay, running at 1080p this time, so we're still using upscaling, so I want to hit that 60. It's obviously a lot more blurry. It's still at high technically, but it's at 60% render scale, which is close to quality mode. It's not for the faint of heart. It's like I said, it's gaming on hard mode. It's like a puzzle. For me, I've always, I think that a lot of people empathize with this. I love like setting up the games. and I kind of like, I kind of like setting the games up more than actually playing them. It is cap. I think it does cap at 60, right? Ooh, my game list is getting too big, so I need to update this. My done section's too long. It's clipping off the edge. Do I think the 24 gigabyte is a good upgrade? Yes, I do think it is, but I don't think it's worth the price. 24 gig upgrade is crazy. Ultimately, you shouldn't be upgrading your Mac for gaming. If you have another reason to upgrade, then I would just use that as a reason to upgrade. I wouldn't upgrade for gaming. I'd upgrade because you need it for like better video editing or something. Have you tried playing with Windows games? I have played lots of Windows games, and we're playing a Windows game right now. This Tekken 8 is a Windows game. I haven't done Cyberpunk yet. I'm not sure I will. If you're going to do 3D modeling, then yeah, you should probably get 24 gigs. Coding, not so much. Depends if you're going to be building any apps. AI stuff, maybe, yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I've done League of Legends as well, so my list is getting my list is improving somewhat. Is it possible to flash Windows OS onto this MacBook M4 Mac? But there's no drivers. That's the problem. It's not the CPU architecture. ARM64 would work fine on it. Windows 11 ARM would work on Apple Silicon Mac if someone wrote the drivers. Now, who's going to write the drivers? Apple or Microsoft? Whose responsibility is it? They all blame each other, really.
Round one. Fight.
This is a lot better. I actually play this now. Stutter. See, if I do that again, right, that's gonna... See, the second time you do that... Cheesed. It won't stutter again. But each animation is separate. It's very responsive now. This is way better than playing on 1440p. Can be quite jarring. But once it all once it all caches, it will feel smooth. Okay, I'll play like 5 more minutes, and then I'll do an online match because it'd be good to actually show you an online match. Because with crossover preview, you can play online.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm not sure what the equivalent NVIDIA GPU is to the base M4 Mac. Kuma.
Round one. Fight.
Ouch. Stutter. Shaded compilation stutter. Ah! Death. Have I tried setting up the Pomelo Switch emulator on iPad? No. What's the Pomelo Switch emulator? We're talking about citrus fruits, so is that like a Citra? Oh, double KO.
Round one. Fight.
KO. Used as a citrus fruit, I don't really that.
Round two. Fight.
You really missed the stream yesterday. Okay, sorry to hear that. I have been streaming like 4 days in a row. So I did actually do a member stream. I actually did a member stream yesterday, so sorry you missed that. If you want to join it in the stream, you've got to become a member. But that was a more casual one. Because I was just kind of setting up the Mac for today. And yesterday, I didn't do one because I've been trying to pump these videos out as quickly as possible. And I didn't do one yesterday because I went to go see XKCD, the webcomic is doing a book tour. And I went with my son and his friend and my son's friend's dad. And he wrote a book called What If? And then he also obviously made the XKCD comics, which are great. Should probably do No Man's Sky. Oh, Gal Cado. Yes, I did do League of Legends. I did an Aram. I did a look at Aram running very high, which was running about 80 FPS, and very low, which was running about 300 something FPS. I mean, pretty good, right? What else are you gonna do? I think YouTube pushes only 3 videos a week. That's wrong. It pushes as many as it thinks that the algorithm will sustain. It's pushed up more for all 4 of my videos already. And it pushes my streams as well. I've had more YouTube video views than ever. How would I describe the input lag? It's not really about the input lag, it's just the translation layers introduce things which are like this shaded compilation, right? It'd be nice for these translation layers to share shaders, share compile shaders like they do on Steam, because the configurations of these systems are all quite predictable. The Apple Silicon chips, and shader compilation status shouldn't be a thing. After this, I'm gonna run a I'm gonna run an online match because I just need more of these shaders to compile, and then yeah. I've not personally. I can't comment on that. I know that for League of Legends players, the input lag is of like primary importance. In which case you shouldn't be using a Mac screen because of the input latency. I can't really see a difference personally. I don't know the difference between the OpenGL and the Metal input lag.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, it's not that they're compiled code. It's just that they you know, Valve have probably got every single person every single company that publishes onto Steam to sign some kind of agreement that they can share pre-compiled shaders, right? And Apple could easily do the same thing, right? Yeah, nobody shares the compiled shaders for the same reason, but that's like a legal thing, right? Apple owned the platform, you know. Apple created D3D Metal, okay. Apple could distribute open source D3D Metal, and then say like, if you want to run this game, then you have to share blah blah blah. If you put it on the App Store, you've got to do X, Y, Z, right? Why not? You know. There's no reason why you wouldn't just do it, man. Maybe I should. I'm thinking about this, like what Apple should just do it. Just do it. Thinking about that meme. Just do it. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Just do it. Today. There's so many things Apple could do. I think I'll make a video about it. It's just really straightforward. Like all these things are so simple, but they won't do it for fear of losing control of the platform. But when the Mac gaming platform is 0, then anything is better than 0, right? Like Mac gaming, they're obviously trying to do something, okay, but they're just doing like the wrong thing. They're just doing the wrong thing. See, shader compilation doesn't. You don't necessarily need to do it for natively optimized games. It's more like these games, like Tekken 8, right? They should be sold on the App Store with D3D Metal because it works perfectly fine. They should be selling it on an App Store with D3D Metal. Almost no porting is required. Or Apple should have a store where, like, they take responsibility for. Kind of like what Steam does, okay? You don't even need Steam, really. Okay, I'll play an online match. Now, I hope I've compiled enough shaders. Okay, I'm having too much fun playing this game. Okay, good. I think I've done enough. That's... I think No Man's Sky would be a good thumbnail for this video. Maybe I'll do that. Sometimes I think those are llamas. Those are emus. Online, okay. So I've been destroying the AI, but in reality, when I play online, I'm absolutely turd at this game compared to other people. And not only that, I'm also running this through a 5G connection. So this is a mobile phone connection. So I've probably got like 50 milliseconds at least, right? Okay, we're playing online and I'm gonna get absolutely embarrassed and destroyed because despite playing Tekken for like my entire despite playing Tekken since I was like I was about what, Tekken 2 when I was about 10 years old or something. I'm not playing online. Oh, this is like a training mode, isn't it? Why am I playing on 5G? Because my internet's terrible here. And I set up a separate internet connection for my stream and for my Mac. And the 5G connection has a bandwidth of about 150, 200 megabit, whereas my actual internet connection only has about 70 megabit. So, yeah, it just makes it easier to stream. I mean, London has some shockingly bad internet connections if you don't live right in central London. You're going for the M4 Max. Well, I hope you got $4,000 to like use up because that's a lot of money. I hope you didn't need to use that $4,000 for anything else. Yeah, games purchased through Xbox Windows, aka the Microsoft Store, they won't really work. So you can try to run some of them will work through Parallels, but mostly not, unfortunately. I think that the Microsoft isn't expecting some kind of different storage format. It's more expensive. Well, I would go from Sweden to like UK or Germany or something and buy it. Buy a Mac in. It's a write-off for your business. Okay. I don't think Starlink would be better. Also, don't really want to support Elon Musk because I don't really like him. What's Starlink bandwidth like? $5G, right? I'm using a Voxy sim. 5G is like very good. It can be like 300 megabit sometimes, which is very, very fast for... I'm aware that in Taiwan I can get a gigabit internet connection quite easily. But for me, I think it would be nice to have. What's the VAT? It's 20% in the UK. Phew. I think medium at 1080p on sorry. Am I running this high or on medium? I'll look it up later. But this is just enough because it's not quite 60 FPS. 20% VAT is crazy. In Taiwan, it's 5%. So when I buy my Mac from Taiwan, and it was a lot. It was a huge difference in price. Starlink gives around 600 megabit to 300 megabit. Do I think I can get Starlink in London? Because on the website, Starlink says 200 megabit. Yeah, I can get, I'm paying £30 a month for unlimited 5G. Okay. I'm about to move house as well. I'm supposed to get GSOG Fast, which is 150 megabit. Come to Hong Kong, no tax, yeah. I was thinking about that. I was in Hong Kong this August. Should have gone to the Apple store. Yeah. I did buy a rice cooker from Hong Kong because then I could bring it back to the UK, same plugs. It's great. This guy's called Spam Generator and he's playing on console, probably PS5, right? He's probably like, why is this guy got loading this game so slowly? Little does he know, I'm not playing on a PC, I'm playing on a Mac. And so you've got it's taking ages to load. Oh, great.
Get ready for the next battle.
The M4 Max is $5237. I remember in Taiwan, I calculated the difference in cost. It was something like $800 difference. Yeah, it's very disappointing that in the UK, basically the cost of the Mac Mini is the same numerical value as in US dollars. So it's £599 and $599 US dollars, which are not the same thing at all. If you're in the States, right? If you're in the US, every state has got different sales tax, right? So why wouldn't you just go to a different state and buy a Macs there and then just come back? I know, like, geographically each state is very far apart, but it just seems like it would make a lot of sense to just do that. Okay, literally my first super chat ever. Thank you, Mika Mupondo. Thank you for your service. Any readings on the new Macs? Any notable forks? Well, we're going to be using Green Dev port. So Green Dev is a guy who's one of the original team of readings, right? And this developer is maintaining Ryujinx. So I tested this on stream before. Come on.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I don't play well against this Lydia character. Okay. Green Dev, right? The game is lagging. I had this multiplayer working before on M4 Pro. So Green Dev, Greem. Oh, we'll put it in the live stream. So if you look up Green Dev, you'll see the ability to find a porter of so released 1.2.72 last week. I'm gonna get disconnected again. It's not because of the internet, the game's not working, it's because my internet shit. Okay, I'm gonna stop playing this game because I know I can play online, but maybe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Just see what my. Make it down like a do 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 do. It says it's installing something, but it's not.
Get ready for the next battle.
Let's hope this works a bit better. I might have to drop it to 900p. Send help. Just because something's like funky with this, it's not loading properly. I tested this on the last machine with the M4 Pro, and maybe that just renders it faster. I think I tried it before on the M4 Pro, or maybe the M4 Max, can't remember now. It might be too heavy for the M4. I'm also going to try just restarting my Steam as well, because I feel like there's something going on here. I'll try running it at 900p. No, I don't mind but nothing. I'll turn it down to 900p, and then we'll see. Maybe we'll turn it to medium, and then we'll see if we get better frame rate, enough to be able to connect. I'm not taking requests at the moment unless it's in the form of a super chat. So if you look on the bottom left of the screen, there's like a list of all the games that I'm going to try to cover today. Well, a lot of the won't be able to cover all of them because it's taken way longer than I thought. I'm not sure he did get life imprisonment. Okay, I think something's gone wrong here. So what I'm going to do is restart this computer entirely. I haven't restarted for a while. Get it up, get it up. Mm-hmm. 2014. Hmm. Down to the. Why is this saying it's downloading and installing? I mean, I'm worried that this is like what's killing the thing. Something's gone wrong here. No, I'm okay. I think I would be too intimidated by the folks at Digital Foundry. They've done their own work on Macs. They probably watched some of my videos. Something's going wrong with this. Busy. Why is it busy? I think I just have to delete it from my thing. See what happens if I try to load up Steam with it deleted. I think that Digital Foundry will look at my videos and be like, huh, this guy's methodology is so terrible, right? I can't trust these guys' results. That's what I think. And they're too trained for me. I don't even know what they're doing. I return all of these Macs, so I'm going to return all of these next week. Although I am tempted to keep the MacBook, the Mac Mini 16GB. I'm tempted to keep it because it's really good. Does GTA 5 and Forza 5 run at full settings of ray tracing? No. GTA 5 can run at full settings. Forza 5 doesn't work. For a whole variety of reasons. Okay, so I haven't really successfully run Tekken 8 properly because I should be able to play online. I think something messy with Steam is happening. Like it's trying to install, like the entire time I was running Tekken 8, it was also trying to do something with Steam engineers, and it was loading and stuff much slower than it should have been. So I think something messy is happening with this. This. My daily driver is with the M3 Max and then my PC. I'm not going to keep the M4 Max now. Cyberpunk, yeah, we can run that through a translation layer. I mean, the more interesting question would be which Mac can run the native version, which is coming out in early next year. So to that question, I don't know the answer. Why is this being so messy? Space Engineer is really messing up my day today. So this is 2. Gonna find 244850. Two 44850. That will prevent it from trying to download again, because then it won't. Steam won't think it even exists. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, good. Okay, it's finally moved on to a different thing now. So if I pause this, then it should work. So I'm very boring and do Tekken 8 again. I wouldn't count on GTA 6 ever coming out. Okay, little. How old is this 2D game that you're trying to run on Whiskey? Sometimes it runs better on Parallels. Would you prefer me MacBook M4? If you're passionate about gaming, you need two different machines. Can I play it online? Oh, I loved water. I loved like going to Hong Kong. This is it comes at great cost to buy a Vitasoy in the UK. When I was in Hong Kong, we had a lot of flavors I've never seen before. Strawberry, banana, and melon flavor. My God. And they're completely different packaging. So this is like the old packaging of Vitasoy. Right. And then there's like a new packaging too, which is all white. How Vitor, if it's if you have an older game, depends what DirectX it uses. If it's DirectX 9, which it could be. Depends what engine it's using too. If it's using like Unity, it might run better in Parallels. My first Mac was a MacBook Pro 2009 15-inch. No, 2007 15-inch. This is running better. I think there was something fucky happening with my Steam. This is running way better. out of all the Macs that are available now, I might keep the Mac Mini, just because it's such good value, and I think that going forward, right, people really want to see performance benchmarks of new games on the base M4. That's kind of the GOAT, right?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no, I got a Xiaoyu matchup. Well, assuming that I'm able to connect this time. Oh, okay, it's working. It's okay. It wasn't working before because of messy. I've never seen this costume before.
Round one. Fight.
Ah, my first win!
Round two. Fight.
Oh God! Fighting spirit. Yeah. I think medium at 1080. That's the way to go for online match.
Round three. Fight.
What I mean is, it was running before because Steam was doing something in the background of my game. I can do that move too. Look, the expectations for gaming on a Mac are low. Okay, so if I can get like a competitive online multiplayer game going, which is very rare for a Mac, I'm gonna call it smooth. If it's even though there's compilation stutter. KO.
Round one. Fight.
Maybe this person's a noob like me.
Round two. Fight.
I'm playing the same character, so it's very similar kind of. Yeah, I'll have a look at the just a second. I saw that earlier. It wanted me to push down to. I can see it's a lot more blurry noticeably. What character do you play? Send help. Who's your main character from Tekken 8? It's very blurry. It must be in ultra performance mode. I'm getting destroyed. Oh. Dragunov, Feng, and King switch between them in local tournaments. Okay, and if you're like a serious player, right? Are you really gonna play this game on a Mac with all of these like weird translation layer jitters? This is not competitive, right? Like, if you're serious, wouldn't training on this make it worse? Oh god, I'm getting destroyed. If I Tekken 3, I like Tekken. I have a Tekken arcade rig at home. It just has Tekken 3. Well, it's got loads of games. It's got all the games using Batasera to emulate it. And it's a 2-player cabinet. And I play with my children Tekken 3. Because it used to be one of my favourite games when I was growing up with my brother and my cousin. I played so much Tekken. Yeah, I mean, send help. Are you really going to play this game? If you're playing local tournaments, right, then you know how much lag affects it, right? So you're going to really. Okay, last fight against this person. It just shows I can play 3 matches in a row and it's like connecting properly now. I wonder what the graphics setting is set for me automatically. I think I like to play this a bit higher resolution, higher settings. I'm a single player just to see what it's like. When you play on PS5, do you have the same profile as on Steam? Ouch. KO. Okay. God, I can't believe I'm playing this online. Okay, I'm done. Okay, let's see what the graphics settings they tweaked us to is. So that was 1080p, and I've started at medium, I think, and then I don't care about this, and then it pushed my graphics down lower. To low, okay. Rendering scale's 40%, that's why it looks so bad. But if I push this back up to high and play single player, I should be able to play single player high. Oh, PS5 is local only, okay. Tech game dev. Apple have won so much that Apple will invest more next year as the replacement 27 in much to sub something to bring the Mac Mini for the money. Yeah. Don't buy 27-inch iMacs. I've dealt with many 27-inch iMacs and they're all, you know, hobbled by bad hard drives, right? The fusion drives of the old iMacs are just so bad. And you know that's just one of the kinds of problems that you'll face is old tech, and then you've invested like more than half the value of your iMac is in the screen.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Feels like slow motion or something.
You win.
Okay. Okay, that's all I really need to see. I just want to show a bit how you could play it a little bit on single player. Okay, so I hope you're satisfied. Send help, because that was Tekken 8 and I spent a long time playing that. Okay. Andrew, love the channel. Question: you have a Legion with Intel i9 RTX at 4080. I was thinking about swapping it from M4 Max with 36 GB RAMs. M4 Max will perform worse than the RTX 4080 for sure, and it will have much worse compatibility. So I wouldn't do it unless you need the Mac OS for something specific. It seems like a bad move. Let's do some Hellblade Senua Saga. This was requested quite a long time ago, so. Hello, streaming. Yeah, I had some lunch. Mm-hmm. Hellblade. Silent Hill 2? Yeah, I'll do some Silent Hill 2. Subtitles on, please. Did you try GTA 5? Not on this computer, no. I've tried it before, on the M4 Pro. I think when I do my iMac video, which is the next one, right? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to cover the heavy hitters, okay? GTA 5, Resident Evil 4, Cyberpunk 2077, the big ones. I'll do Ghost of Tsushima. I'll cover the big mega games. No Man's Sky. I might do No Man's Sky today, actually. World of Warcraft plays really well on the M4 Max. Final Fantasy 7, if you use the 14 on Mac client, you can do. In my last video, no, 2 videos ago, I did World of Warcraft, and you could have run that on the M4 Pro at max settings at 4K, about 60 FPS. Final Fantasy 14 should run okay, but it runs through a translation layer. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I want to do a video where I kind of show you that even though the M4 only has 8 CPU cores and 8 GPU cores, it still manages to run these games really well. So, that's what I'll do next. And then I have an idea. If you look at my notes at the bottom of the screen, it's in tiny, tiny writing. But I want to do a video about how the Mac Mini is an excellent emulation system. So we have improved single core performance, and we also have the full suite of various compatible games. So it's not quite like the Stream Deck, Emu Deck. Is Emu Deck coming to Mac OS? Yeah, it's not out on Mac OS yet, but it will be in the future. The MacBook Air M3 came out about 8 months ago, so I'd say we're about 4.5 months away, or 4 months away from the new MacBook Air refresh, probably with the very same M4 chip that I'm looking at now. Would you say that an upgrade from M1 Pro to M4 Pro would be worth it in terms of battery life? Yes. The iGPU and its iGPU is more than iGPU. Okay. Yeah. I've got a record player that's okay, settings. Haven't played this for a while. I do intend to what is this funky resolution? Why is this so weird? That's 1080p. But why is it so weird? Why is it giving me such weird resolution options? The Mac Mini M4 boosted, 599 27-inch screens. Yeah. The thing is that the iMac M4 is also slower than the standard iMac too. So the iMac. It's the 8-core CPU and 8-core GPU. It's the slowest one you can get. Which is why I thought it was really weird that and probably the MacBook Air will have a similar one, but like this MacBook Pro is oh, I've got some weird resolutions here. Global preset. Say low. Medium. Can you make details on playing game in MacBook M series? I made so many videos about how to play games on the MacBook M series computer. There's so many on my Mac, on my YouTube channels. I guess what I need to do is like make a general tutorial, like, oh, you know, crazy eyes. Okay, this ain't working. I'm not sure that's the resolution. I think it has to be scaled. Quality mode. Okay, it's got to be scaled and it's got to be low. Thank you. That's marginally better. You've watched all of them. Thank you very much, Well, for the super chat. Can you try Sky Children of the Light? Well, that's an interesting one. That's pretty straightforward to download too. I covered it in my MMO video on which nobody watched, and it runs on the M1 Mac just fine. Let's add it to the list. Sky Children of the Light. There has like a bug where it says that your Mac's on low battery. It's like an App Store thing. Well, okay. So if you look on the bottom left of the thing, you'll see that your request has been added there. Okay. You'll save a lot of money if you can go. Okay, this is not good. You need a. I think we need a higher end chip in order to run this properly. If I put it in ultra performance mode, we might get somewhere. It's a walking simulator more than anything. Crazy lady walking simulator.
Remember why we came here. She came here for a reason.
Ultra performance low. Is there a setting lower than low? No. Well, what if I try XESS? Fatal error. Death. I think we need a higher end computer, like a M. This would have been good for the testing with the M4 Pro. It doesn't look like my it's not happy with my my screen resolution, so it doesn't like my custom 16:9 screen resolution, so I can't full screen it properly. This seems like the kind of game that Apple would like to have on running on this on the Mac, published by Xbox, but Microsoft, but it seems like potentially appealing. Is there any way to run Fortnite on a Mac? Yes, there is, using Fortnite Mac Assistant. If you super chat me, I'll try it today. It looks so terrible in ultra performance. It looks too bad in ultra performance. I mean, I think mainly what you want to do is put this in quality mode, and then I think that you want to apply a sharpness filter a little bit, and then there's a... Was there a dynamic scaler? I don't think I can get TSR to work. I'll try that in a minute. Wasn't there like a video, It needs a little bit more heft to run these big, massive games through translation layers.
Remember why we came here. She came here for a reason. But now she doesn't know what to do. You don't know where you're going. Your plan is
I think there's something about the original Senua Saga which looked better and sharper.
the master is gone. I have to help them.
Thought you could stop this, but you have lost your mark. The sea tore him away.
I just want something else.
Your hopes.
Hellblade 2 doesn't work on M4 Mac. There's some free ASMR for you guys. So mids, you got this on your new Mini M4. Great. So which one did you get? M4 Pro or just base M4? Let me know. Yeah, base model's all you need. Out of all the Mac Minis I'm tempted to get is the base model Mac Mini M4. Seems like a good deal. As long as you choose your games wisely, then there's a lot that you can play on the base M4. Like I played, I was playing Tekken 8 and Civilization 6 and World of Tanks and Lies of P. These games work fine. Death Stranding's great. Tiny and cute and powerful, that's what it is. If you're going to take it with you, you might as well get a MacBook Air or something, a MacBook Pro. Then you don't need a separate screen. I would have enjoyed Tekken on the M4 Pro. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It's just compiling shaders. It's a long process. Well, it can be anyway. Bodycam can work. It's a bit slow though. I tried it on my M3 Max and it's not as good as what it could be. What? Let's try that again. What's happened here? I wonder why it's crashed on shader compilation. It shouldn't do. Let's do some Silent Hill 2. Okay, are we in? Are we in or are we in? No. My reading and writing of Chinese is very poor. My kids' Chinese is better than mine now because they've had way more lessons than me. When they move to Taiwan, I'll take lessons at some point. Okay, so I'm just making some notes about games I'm going to cover on the iMac M4, which I'm doing tomorrow probably. So Valheim probably on the list. Death Stranding, Resident Evil 4, RE Village. I just do all the ones which are really good. No Man's Sky. What other games work really well? All chips are covered now. I mean, this is the second time I've covered the same M4 based GPU configuration. Roblox, maybe I do Roblox Sims 4. That covers all of the, and we'll do Cyberpunk as well. So tomorrow's one won't be as much of a request based one. You can't see my notes, but you know, I'm writing my notes on the bottom line. It's tiny writing. Silent Hill 2 is crushing. I might need to run this through not crossover preview, because I tested it previously using normal crossover plus CX Patcher. So I might have to come back to this. I've already got a lot of games done. 1, 2, 3. Done 11 games. Probably do one more. Let's do Cyberpunk. That's all people really want to see, isn't it? So I think I need to come back to Silent Hill 2. So I need to run this through. Oh, did I just cancel that? In crossover preview, they kind of redid the controller support, so there might be some regressions. Ah, I should be using DirectX 11 version of Silent Hill 2. Stupid. Yeah, let's do that in a minute. High 1080p benchmark. Yeah, maybe I'll do Roblox on the iMac. The age-old question, can it run Crisis? Maybe I'll run Crisis. If someone super chats it, I'll run it. I need to try C-Power. Someone super chatted that, and that just came out, so I believe it doesn't work, so we'll try that. I'll try Silent Hill 2 at DirectX 11. I should have watched my own tutorial video again, so stupid. 32-bit games can be played through Parallels and also crossover, but works better on Parallels. So I don't have any insight, I'm afraid, into the controller settings. 32.47, so that's not bad. What was I getting yesterday? So on my video yesterday, on the 20-core MacBook Pro, I was doing a comparison. And for the lower end M4 Pro, we were getting 56. And for the higher end M4 Pro, we're getting 62. So 32 for the 10-core GPU, and then it's 56 for the 16-core GPU. So big difference. If you want to send messages on the Discord, you need to read the rules first, okay? 1080p high. So ideally, you wouldn't want to run this on high. So this is more like for benchmark purposes, right? So what I want to do is run this at medium, probably. Let's preset to medium.
Howdy, Night City. Welcome back. My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kosowski. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
I'm thinking that why AAGL won't work, because I'm just thinking about whiskey wine. Whiskey wine 7.7 is the basis upon which many of these wrappers are built upon, because it's open source. And the whiskey wine has an issue with duplicated displays. So mirrored displays, which is what I'm using to stream. So maybe if I disconnect the mirrored display, this will work better. Guys, is it acceptable to run Cyberpunk 2077 at 30 frames per second, or should I be doing it on low settings? I think I'll run a bit on medium because this is good enough. 38 frames per second. Ray tracing is not on. I'm going to take your car. No. Ow. That's rude. To be fair, I was going to steal your car, so... Oh, what? Something bad's happening there. Let's not do that. I'm going to take your little car.
Mercy! Mercy!
I've not seen this car in the game before. It's like one of those little smart cars I see. Whoa. Someone's trying to kill me. Ouch. Get out the way! The police just going to do nothing. Am I supposed to hijack that car or something? Let's not do that. Okay, I'm getting into let's just load this. I've been doing this bit on my... I wonder how Cyberpunk will perform as a native game. Very interesting to see. I'm raw dogging this Cyberpunk on medium settings at 1080p. I think I just shoved my car into this. Right. my bike. Well, that's a nice car. It'll launch natively a lot sooner than the M5. It says early 2025, which I believe. So probably January, February next year, maybe March. Yeah, here's hoping we could get increased performance. I've got a video about natively optimized games versus games run through crossover, and there's a huge difference. I mean, a game like Stray, we're getting like double performance. Baldur's Gate 3, substantial improvement. There's lots of things which are improved when you go native. You have less performance overheads, no Rosetta 2. Of course, it's a pathway for this game to run on an iPad potentially. As long as you accept the low graphics settings, I mean, why not? This bike is a tank, you know, they just crashed into a car and just felt nothing. I'm not using a frame generation patch, just straight up crossover preview plus Cyberpunk 2077. Let's have a look. Well, just bounced off. Yeah, that's how crashes work in real life. Let's go through the city a little bit. In the head. Can I do the Akira move again one day? That could be that cool. Okay, so we did Cyberpunk. Is that my 12 games that I need? So I just covered Cyberpunk. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 11 games. Maybe round it off for the 12. Oh yeah, I think I'll do. Oh yeah, so I had a request for Sea Power. Oh yeah, I need to do Silent Hill as well, because come on, guys. toilet time. Be right back. Okay, just in time. Yeah, I've been told this doesn't work, so probably won't. So apparently it loads into the main menu, but if you try to load it into the game, it just loads forever. That's what somebody said in the Discord. Yeah, they should introduce hyper-threading on the Metal 4 API. Yeah. They're introducing FrameGen into Cyberpunk, so hopefully there's a specific Metal API, not just FSR, shoehorned into it. I reckon they'll call it fluid frames or motion frames or something like that. Speculation on the Apple branding of stuff. I will do a final verdict after I've covered every chip. So I've done 4 now. This is the 5th one. After the 6th one, I've got ideas of what to do next. I'll give this timer 3 minutes, okay? Timer 3 minutes. Okay, my phone has got retina frames. Touch frames. Okay, it's loading. Okay, something's loading. Pro Max plus frames, ultra frames, ultra pro motion, fluid frames. Well, this is a DirectX 11 game, so potentially this could work in parallels if it doesn't work on this, because a lot of people not think to try this in multiple methods. Okay. There's not like this FMV video in the background. Very low, please. Which CPU surprised you the most? I was surprised that the M4 Max was able to do like significantly faster than the M3 Max. Because I spent so much money on the M3 Max. Oh my god. Something not good here. Let's see if this loads, because somebody said that it don't. Retro Game Core just released a video about that M4 Mac Mini being a good emulation box. I'll have to watch this. Beat me to it. The fan is not audible right now. Not really sure why. So I think what I suspect has happened is that this just won't load. So this is what I've been told in Discord. It gets part way through. Okay. Well, what we can do is try a different method. So, being the nutter that I am, there are multiple ways to run this game. Because it's a DirectX 11 game, we should probably try it through parallels. I very rarely try games through parallels, but DirectX 11 game is the right way to go. Mhm. Is this guy called C Power? Where's my sea power game from? What? It's called sea power, right? Where's my bloody game? Where is it? Don't even run it direct. Why isn't it my Steam account? I haven't refunded it yet, although I will. What? I'm very confused right now. SEAC? Serious. Why is this? Okay, what? I don't have any filters on. All. Let me try that again. It's my account. What the hell? Where is this located? Yeah, it's external drive. It should be here. It's the Windows version of Steam. Maybe they specified they won't want it working on ARM. That's a weird one. Okay, that's a weird one. Okay, so Silent Hill 2. Not this one, Silent Hill 2. As long as your M3 has 16 gigabytes of RAM, it should be okay. The future M4 MacBook Air will have 16 gigabytes of RAM. It'll run Cyberpunk fine. You'll finally have a portable Cyberpunk, which is good. What I'm going to do next as well is I want to try Genshin Impact YAGL without mirroring my screen, because I think that might be killing my Genshin Impact. Is there a way to emulate PS1 or PS2 games such as old Silent Hill? Yeah, you just use PCSX2 or EtherSX2. If you type in my name and PS2 emulation, you'll find a lot of videos covering that. Wooba. Okay, I think we're getting there. Well, if the main menu is only going to get 20 FPS, then we're not in a good position. As our MacBook supports 120 Hz, can our M4 Pro get 120 Hz FPS in any game? Yes, there are lots of games which run at 120 FPS. Just check out my video, which I made yesterday, which is all about the higher-end M4 Pro, which runs a lot of games fine. Quality. Let's put this on quality, low, 1080p. Let's put it on, not quality, balanced. Can this support TSR? Is TSR better than FSR? I think FSR might give us the better performance. It looks very jaggedy. So 1080p FSR 1, DirectX 11 mode, low graphics preset. Not exactly the ideal way to play this game on a Mac. The fog. I think the fog here is doing a lot of the performance. Is this Client Hill? Yep. Any idea if they are working on a fix for DX12 as well without the lighting issue? I think that already got fixed. FSR 3 with a lighting issue on Cyberpunk.
It's like someone's groping around my
Well, I'm using FSR at the moment in performance mode, and I don't see any particular issues. I guess I'm not running. I'm running DirectX 11, aren't I?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Please help. I shot an M4 Mac Mini with an M4 carbine, which I found on a BMW M4 when I was checking out the Sherman M4
this
Sherman
town,
tank.
there's something wrong with it. And it's not
You should
fog either.
you should click the M4 button on your.
Is it dangerous?
Is there like an M4 mouse? I'm sure there is. It's like Keychron or something, right? I clicked the M4 button on my Keychron M4 mouse
I'm not
and
lying.
No. Believe
connected to my M4 Mac Mini with an M4 carbine, which I found on my BMW M4 while checking out an M4 Sherman tank.
I'm looking for someone. Someone very important.
These cutscenes seem to be locked at 30, which is what this computer's capable of.
I mean, my mother.
I'm not sure why you want to play Silent Hill 2 on this computer of all computers.
I thought
Significant compromises were made.
my brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No,
The M4 shares
I can find
shares an M4 with the Keychron M4 mouse. Significant stutters. This world that we're living in here is very muddy. It's so muddy. Okay, that's Silent Hill 2. Okay, Silent Hill 2. Okay, I think there are probably two more things I want to do before I finish this laptop. So, sorry about people coming into Super Chat today. I haven't covered some of your games, but they will be covered in the next one most likely, or later in the week. So let me just see what we've done. I need to do the benchmarks for Shadow of the Tomb. I need to do benchmarks for Shadow, so I can compare them with the later models. Okay, so let me think. We did Silent Hill 2. And yeah, I need to do Genshin Impact as well. Let me run these two benchmarks, then I'm kind of done with what I have to do before to make my video. I need to do benchmarks for Shadow and Warhammer. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 is not my comfort play. Let me put it that way. So I've been running these benchmarks at 1080p high, and then we'll see how we get along. I'll do Warhammer 3 next, and then I'll disconnect the Elgato capture card, and I'm going to give YAGL another go, because I think it's my theory is because it's using Wine 7, I'm not able to mirror the screen, so I'll just capture it via camera instead. Which might work. Which, god damn it, might actually work. Wukong, yeah, Wukong would be crazy. I've got a bit of time. My wife's going to pick up the kids, so I could run more. I'm not sure more is better for video. I just need a certain amount, and I've kind of covered too many already. Because if you look at my list, right, it's too long now. So I've got... I've got 13 games now. That's too many. It's too many games. I haven't tested any... I don't have any Thunderbolt 5 devices. I mostly think Thunderbolt's a bit... not... doesn't make much sense. Thunderbolt 5. Thunderbolt 4 is already too fast. Thunderbolt 3 is plenty. What the hell are you doing with Thunderbolt 3? That you can't... that Thunderbolt 5 that you can't do on Thunderbolt 3. This is such a long benchmark. I think really all the hybrids are on the Mac Mini, isn't it? I think this is an interesting device. I can get one from Costco for cheaper than online. Oh no, they're not doing it cheap. Oh, £30 reduction if I buy it online. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a good looking game. Am I going to test Asahi Linux and try some games on the M4 Pro? The Asahi doesn't support M4 yet, so maybe once that's done, I'll do it. Do you plan to do benchmarks on the M4 Max 2? Yes. I'm gonna. So I'm running all these benchmarks. So in my last video, I ran the benchmarks to show the difference between the lower and higher end M4 Pro. And so I've got this model here, which is the base which is the normal M4. Then we've got the lower end M4 iMac, which I'll set up tomorrow. And then what I've got to do is I've got to redo these tests on the M4 Max. And then basically I have 3 benchmarks that are the same settings between 5 configurations. So what is it? Lower end M4, normal M4, lower end M4 Pro, higher end M4 Pro, and then M4 Max. That's 5 configurations which I'll be able to test and see which one performs the best. We'll be able to see in like one screen. I'll make a chart, right? Which one is the best? So 45 FPS. do Warhammer. So 45 FPS, Warhammer, look at my name. What's my name? This one, which I did 1 day ago. So that was 45. So it's like half of this then, which is quite surprising. I guess it's because we've got less RAM. 45 to 90, that's like a double. So it's 10 CPU cores to 12 CPU cores, 16 gigabytes of RAM to 24 gigabytes of RAM, and 10 GPU cores to 16 GPU cores. So the jump for the low-end M4 Pro is actually quite big, which is surprising, because that wasn't the case in the M1 generation when I was comparing the chips between every M4 chip. Okay, cool. I'm just going to grab a drink. Okay. What happened to my launcher window? Normally the Feral Interactive window pops up. I've already done benchmark for M4 Mac, so you can check out, but I haven't done a comparison video. Roblox official website have guides on how to download the app and Mac. I've done lots of tutorial videos about Roblox on my second channel. Can I test Rivals of Ether 2? I've heard that this is good. Thank you very much, Mike, for the super chat. We are gonna do Rivals of Ether 2. That's from Mike. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I've added to the list below. I'm not sure we'll do it today though, because we're coming to the end of the stream. I've done a whole Leskin Turkey. I've done a whole video about M4 Pro, M14 CPU, 20 GPU cores. That's my last video, and I think it's plenty, to be honest, for most people. It's an expensive machine. $2,500 is not cheap. It's really expensive for a laptop. Okay. Mike Mupondo, thanks very much for joining the screen today. Really appreciate you helping out and contributing. Let's do a benchmark. We're doing the battle benchmark. That should be all that we need. Thanks for joining today, Mika. It's hot tea. I gotta sip lightly, otherwise I'll burn myself. I have one idea how to make the M4 MacBook Pro run faster. Redo the thermal paste. I don't think Apple's thermal paste is that bad. A lot of laptops don't have good thermal paste. Dry ice on the side for the fans to suck in the cold gas. The simplest way to cool down a computer is just point a couple of large fans at it. The whole thing will act like a heatsink, and you just wick the hot air away. Thank you very much. Is that 400 rupees? Thank you, Manny, for supporting this channel. Really appreciate your support. Unfortunately, those two games that you've mentioned, Valorant and Warzone, they just do not work on the Mac. And anti-cheat is going to kick in for both. You're right. iMac G3. They are not sufficient. Let's do this benchmark again. Unfortunately, it's not really there to get these games working. So if you want to request a different game, I'll add it to the list. Otherwise, yeah, it's a real shame, you know. Trying this benchmark again. Black Mesa doesn't work very well through Crusader because it's a DirectX 9 game. It actually works best through Parallels, so and at the same time not that well. This is like way better than Clash Royale. It's like a proper. This is like a proper game. Clash Royale is just a piece of trash. Okay, we're looking 28.7 FPS. Okay, not bad. Okay, so we're nearly done with this stream today because I've actually covered too many games. What I'm going to do now is I want to attempt to run Genshin Impact. So I'm going to do this by unplugging my my screen here, and then I'm going to run it through this. So I'll run this camera. Okay, so we're going to try YAAGL again without the screen mirroring, and see if we get anywhere with this, because that would be cool. Because I think that might be why I'm messing everything up. Okay. Because I've done too many games. I only need about 10 or 12 to make a decent video out of it. I've been having loads of trouble getting this game to work. And I suspect it's because I've been mirroring the display. Oh, no, it's not. Why is it crashing? I'm not mirroring. Let's try the workarounds. Is Genshin gonna run through Whiskey? This is using yet another anime game launcher, which is a similar deal to Whiskey. Let me check the YAAGL Discord, because I'd like to get to the bottom of this. Just reading the FAQ. Okay, I can see that Honkai Star Rail's got a thing. I need to find the other thing now. Why? Hello, Noor Mohammed Shikalga. I'm just about to finish this up, trying to get Genshin Impact working with YAGL. Let me just see if I can tweak a couple of settings. I'll try again. Let's turn off asynchronous. Let's try a different version of wine. Capture is blank. I could always try it with crossover wine, I suppose. Then it wouldn't have any risk of crashing. Let me try that. I've been trying to get Genshin Impact working for such a long time. I don't know what's wrong with this. I think what I'll do is I need to wait for it to load. I want to configure the crossover wine from crossover preview. That's like wine 9.12, which would be quite an interesting thing to look at. No, I think it's doing something. I'll just quit. Hello, Lorenzo. Kubu has confirmed they start receive reports of crash, reboots, and freezes on M4 Max. Let's have a look. Interesting. So there's an issue running certain games. Does Binding of Isaac work? Yeah, I could use play. I kind of don't like using play cover. Could I try Minecraft with shaders? No, but I'm probably going to do Minecraft tomorrow in my notes. Man. Hi, Manny. Thank you very much for super chatting once again. Unfortunately, you've picked another game that is definitely not compatible. So I'm afraid Forza Horizon 4 or 5 both will not work. So maybe ask first before you send a super chat. I think I might do Minecraft tomorrow. So the M4 iMac, right? I've got on the bottom of my notes, iMac M4, Valheim, Death Stranding, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Village, No Man's Sky, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Roblox, Sims 4, Cyberpunk, Ghost of Tsushima, Civ 6, and Minecraft. There's what I'll do. And maybe some emulation as well. Let me just look at Ross's video, see what he did. Because he's really good. He's a Mac user who games. Maybe I'll do maybe what I'll do is some PlayStation 2 emulation. I'll do PCSX2. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's a good one to cover. PCSX2 and then Shadow. Oh no. Shadow of the Colossus. Let's do Shadow of the Colossus. That's a good one. Yeah, I could do GTA 5 too. Probably just stick with Cyberpunk. Could you try a GameCube emulator? Yeah, sure. I could try Dolphin, I suppose. Is there a specific game that's good to run on Dolphin? That's non-Nintendo, okay? Nothing Nintendo-y. Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't think I've got that game. Ultimate Spider-Man. It's a Dolphin game, right? Yeah, M2 Pro 16 might be that. Might be good. Thank you, Vitor Gomez, for super chatting. So you want me to play New Vegas, eh? So how much money did you send? What's R? So is that Brazilian money? You the rules say that you need to send at least $5 for me to like do a thing. Oh, what the? Are you kidding me? I've been waiting for this. It's all pop up behind the wine window. Oh my god. And this too, what? Oh, are they both the same thing? Should be paying attention. So Vegas is playable with good FPS anyway, if we run it through Parallels. Butter chicken sounds good to me. So if you run it through Parallels, I've got lots of tutorials running through the M1. Okay, so if you look at my video here, yeah, so it runs slowly with crossover, but if we look at Parallels, this is with an M1 chip. I made this 3 years ago. So this is running at on, I think it's 60 FPS on the M1 chip with 8 GB. So it'll definitely work on Oh my god, is it finally working? Okay, first thing I'll do is mute the audio because I've been copyright striked already. I've been copyright striked already. Oh my god, that's so annoying. I have to like. I have to do this thing where you can't see where it is. This doesn't load correctly. Oh, it does load incorrectly. I bet you're happy now. You can get Genshin Impact working on your crummy Mac. So what I did was I used a different version of the thing. Great. $15 gig download. It's going pretty fast. Okay, I'll wait. I'll bite. This is a Windows game running through the yet another anime game launcher menu, and I couldn't get it to run for ages. Yes, this can run Crysis. Oh, maybe I'll run Crysis on the Mac Mini. It's on the iMac. Yeah, let's do Crysis. Crysis Remastered. Okay, so finally why AAGR works. We are working through all of the stuff. Yeah, that is working. So 1, 2. It's 13 games I've done now. Once I do this, there'll be 13 games. So is this definitely different from the Mac Mini I did earlier? You know, it all blurs into one thing. I did similar games there. I did Death Stranding, Resident Evil 7, Stray, Lost Crown, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy 7, Street Fighter 6, Ghost of Tsushima. So for M4, I'm going to do Valheim, Death Stranding, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Village, No Man's Sky, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Roblox, Sims 4, Cyberpunk, Crisis, Ghost of Tsushima, Civ 7, Minecraft. No, that's 14. That's too many. Okay, I won't do No Man's Sky. If you do the base M4 Mac Mini, do you need to do the iMac then? Well, I already did the base M4 Mac Mini, and this is the same chip as the base M4 Mac Mini in this MacBook Pro. So, I mean, for content purposes, they're the same chip with active cooling. However, people searching will have different expectations. They want to see it running on this device. So I'm going to cover them anyway. Hello, Ashley Amber. Welcome to the stream. You're coming to the end of the stream now because I think this is the 15th game I've run. So we are 6.5 hours in now. I'm just doing Genshin Impact, letting this download. And so I'm probably going to be here for another 15-20 minutes. Would you say there's any performance difference between an M4 Mac Mini and an M4 MacBook Pro? No, there should be no difference. In my past experience with Apple devices, if they have the same amount of RAM and the same number of chips, same number of GPU cores and CPU cores, they should have identical performance, especially if they both have fans, so we're not affected by thermal throttling. Andrew, did you saw Farming Simulator 25 came out? Oh yeah, it's got a big thing on. Is that yesterday? Came out on 12th. The Spark. This is yet another anime game launcher. It's a custom wine wrapper, and what I did was I updated the version of wine in order to get this working better. I think it'll work better. Farming Simulator 25 has a Mac port. I should probably stream that. Let's do. Yeah, let's run Farming Simulator tomorrow. I'll make that my thumbnail because thanks to Pi Studios, I've chosen a green iMac, and this will pop. Skypole Studios, thanks. I just want to say your videos helped me choose to move to a Mac. Well, thanks. Could you do a VR gaming setup with Quest 3? I don't own a Quest 3 or a Vision Pro. I know that guy called King Vulpes is working hard on this problem. Probably not going to do it because it's too niche. Not enough people have it, and it's not in a good state. Yeah, the green iMac. But for the real thumbnail, I'll probably just stick on a good game like. I'm not going to do RE Village. I'll just do Resident Evil 4. I'll stick on a good game like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games on the iMac. Maybe I'll replace Farming Simulator with something else. Death Stranding. I'm not really interested in testing out game engines unless they can play a game. I need to put Farming Simulator in this lineup. If you look at the bottom of the screen, right, underneath the super chat notice, I've got my notes for iMac M4 in teeny tiny writing. And I'm trying to figure out which games to cover in it. And I should be replacing one of those games with farming. I wonder if Farming Simulator will even work on a Mac. I mean, the new one on a low-end chip. I mean, what does it say on Mac OS requirements? TBD. It just says TBD. If we look at the Steam thing, it just says at the bottom, Mac OS. TBD. They haven't decided what the minimum requirements are yet. Would I ever be interested in testing game engines? How about the Subnautica? Nah, I don't want to do Subnautica. I want to do all the big games because I want to push this idea that the lowest end M4 could still run those games. I think I'll give it a proper go tomorrow. So that means that a lot of these tests I'm not going to do yet. They might be on hold for a while. So unfortunately, I'm very sorry to everyone who's requested these. Just I will get round to them eventually. Okay, let's do Genshin Impact and let's do something else afterwards. Let's move on with our lives. If a game isn't listed on Apple Gaming Wiki, is there somewhere else to see if a game is supported on Mac? Just search the name of the game plus the word Mac on the internet, on YouTube, and you'll see whether people have got it working or not. Or check the Apple Gaming Wiki Discord. That's the only real way of doing it. Or use the Mac Gaming subreddit. That's pretty much... There's not that many options because not many people post much information about it. Okay, we're at 97%, almost there. I'm not sure if it asks us to restart once it's downloaded everything. Hello, I'm your friend from the Middle East. I have a MacBook M2 Air. I want to download the Wuthering game, but I don't know how to set up a special code to correct the game. Wuthering Waves doesn't work on a Mac yet. There's a macOS port coming soon. The only way I know how to run it is through PlayCover or through Mimi Player Pro. So I've got a tutorial on Mimi Player Pro. So check that out. This is going to be the last game that I cover today. I've been doing this for 7 hours now. Nearly 7 hours. So by the time I finish, it'll be about 7 hours. So this will be near the end, just FYI. If you want to super chat, please feel free to do so in order to add a game to my testing list. I've covered a lot today from yesterday's super chats as well. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing 12 games running on the iMac M4 base. So that's even less powerful than this computer. So this one is the 10 GPU core version and 10 CPU core, but the iMac is going to be 8 CPU core and 8 GPU cores. So that's, in theory, 20% slower, but probably more than 25% slower, roughly. So I won't be able to run some of these higher end titles. Hello, Matty Y, welcome to the stream. Still verifying. I might try to run Fortnite. Nobody's super chatting Fortnite. If someone were but Fortnite's but a mere super chat away, because I know a method that works, and I'm all ready to go. I'm surprised they didn't include Wi-Fi 7. Yeah. How many people really have Wi-Fi 7 routers though? I mean, come on, guys. Let's play. Oh my god, I've been waiting so long. Woohoo! Okay, this is way better than running through parallels. Okay, let's see what we're working with here. 1440p. That's VSync off. Render resolution. Let's go high. 60 VSync off. Okay, 1440p. I'm running this game using yet another anime game launcher. And it's 1440p at 60, no, it's like 50 frames per second. So, okay, we should probably push this over to, instead of high, let's put it on default. So that's default and then off. No VSync. That's closer to 60 at 1440p. I mean, 1440p is kind of overkill. What is this annoying monster? Motion blur off. Why do I want to use motion blur? Why is motion blur on? Motion blur off. Yes! The chat bot is working. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't work. I should add Valorant. I'll add Valorant, and this is yet another anime game launcher, or YAAGL. I've done lots of tutorials on this method. It's a custom wine wrapper, and I was been having trouble getting this to work. And the key has been to basically change the wine level to the latest version, and then suddenly it works. So that was so annoying. You see, ouch. Yeah, can you get proper keyboard and mouse support, not just rubbish? Are you saying that you can play Red Dead Redemption 2 with emulation? I'd like to see people actually prove that, because it's not happened really. How do I do I use this? Heal up. Temperatures are good. 90 degrees, the fans are on, they're audible, but look at these wonderful graphics. If you can lock to 60, then who cares? Go to the statue. I'm really not invested in this game. I've been logging into this game and testing it, and I've always been at the same level. I don't really care about this game. It's a pretty game though, and it's interesting that people love it and they want to play. How do you get this to run at over 60 frames per second? It's not quite hitting 60 anyway, so this is 1440p at medium. It's not really scary. Lots of stuff gets... How do you play Genshin Impact above 60 frames per second? Oh, there's a mod for Windows. What does this do? I'm at the beginning of the game, right? Yeah, this GitHub mod. Does it work on Windows? Sorry, does it work on Mac through translation layer? Were you playing Genshin on a PC? Is that what you're talking about? It's a MacBook Pro with the M4 chip. What's so confusing about the basic M4? It's actually the higher end M4, even though I would consider it the lowest option that you can choose on a MacBook Pro. It's still the higher end one. Yeah. I just want to do some flying somewhere. I think that would be cool. I think what's really cool is the exploration in this game. It's quite fun. Can you play games on the M4 Pro Mac Mini? Yeah, of course. I've tested loads of games. Would long-term playing damage the CPU? No. It will just thermally throttle. This is 16 gigabytes. Wuthering Waves is playable through Mimi Player Pro and PlayCover. I've done tutorials on it. All of these games can be played. M4 Pro. If you can afford an M4 Pro, I would just wait for an M4 Pro. Just return your 16 gigabyte M4 and then get the M4 Pro, or just have both of them. And then, well, it depends what country you're in, what the flexibility is on getting returning devices. Okay, good. I think we are good. Maybe I'll cover Genshin Impact tomorrow as well. Because now that I've got it working, it should just work. Let me see if I can copy over to my solid state drive. Yeah, so it's on my launcher here. Then copy over. Is the base M4 enough for League of Legends? I already did League of Legends. This is the base M4 for League of Legends and Genshin Impact. Isaac, probably. What is this Binding of Isaac? Is it Repentance or Rebirth? Which one are you guys talking about? Don't understand this. Binding of Isaac. Repentance. What is repentance? So I got a phone call. I'm just speaking? Sure. Yeah. I'm not looking anymore. We made a purchase. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye. CS2 is sluggy using later version of Crossover. CX patch the base M1 iMac. You probably need to use a faster computer. The base one iMac's not. The base one Mac M1 Mac is not really that good. What's the Binding of Isaac Repentance? Is it just the DLC? Oh. But the Binding of Isaac has a Mac port, right? So why is it confusing? Does the newest DLC not work on Mac? When did this come out? 2021. No, Valorant is not working. Okay, I'm about to finish this stream now, but I'm also gonna update my my chat bot. Okay, because the chat commands are really annoying about all of these games that don't work. Okay, so I'm just gonna save some commands. So let's add a new one. So Valorant. Due to anti-cheat. Okay, and then okay. So someone type in the word Valorant into chat, and then it's going to trigger the command. And what's the other one that was really annoying? Valorant. Warzone, we did that one already. What was the, oh no, it was the super chats. Every time I get super chat, it's always the same games. Forza Horizon, Forza, I'm typing Forza. Forza 4 and 5 don't work on Mac. Yeah, good, thank you. Forza. Okay, someone type in the word Forza. Okay, what other games are really annoying? Let me see what other games. No, just it's not. It's not a command. It's just keyword. So everyone says the word Valorant in. It's just custom responses which I programmed in to the stream chat. I don't think the Mac Mini is faster than the PS5. Maybe the M4 Pro is, yeah, but not the base model. At least not at playing games. Okay. Oh yeah, I've got down a Stellaris. That's got to finish downloading. Okay, and then I don't have a. I could add the current Mac, but I don't have a. I don't have an easy way to program that in. I'd rather just title the video, and if you're too stupid to look at the title of the video, then or the description of the video, then you don't really deserve to know. Let me just see. Is there any other keywords which are very annoying? Oh yeah, Apex. I'll type in Apex Legends. So I'm just going to do that one now. Apex. Due to anti-cheat. Okay. Okay, so somebody type in the word Apex. I don't think there's any other reason to use the word Apex. Oh no, I haven't typed in the keyword yet. Wait a sec. Yeah, now it should work. Apex. Forza. Valorant. Warzone. Red Dead Redemption 2. Can I customize the live stream button, the chat bot? No, there's no way to spoof. I'm just trying to see what I can get to work with stream elements change bot name. Can't find the information. How do you find it? I covered Windows 11 ARM download. Someone needs to make some kind of drivers for Windows 11 ARM. So you can't just install that without drivers. And someone needs to make the drivers. Which game are we testing? We're about to end the live stream now. Okay, so I've covered 15 games today. So I'm at the end of my live stream. 7 hours is what I've done today. Anyway, I'm going to put together a video, and then I'm going to be doing a new live stream tomorrow covering the iMac M4 games at the bottom of this page here. So they'll be quite exciting to have a look at. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this live stream today. Thanks for watching. I'll be live tomorrow sometime. I will be covering more games in the next stream. I've done many streams in a row. Okay, see you later. Bye-bye.